Story 1. My stepmother said that my late father had removed me from the inheritance, but my lawyer stepped in immediately. My name is Carolina. I'm 32 years old, and until 3 weeks ago, I believed I was the rejected daughter of a wealthy man. Today, as I type these words on the porch of the house where I grew up, a house that now officially belongs to me, everything that happened still seems surreal. But I need to tell this story because it's not just about money or inheritance. It's about justice, manipulation, and how sometimes the people we trust most are the ones planning our downfall. I was sitting in the mahogany-paneled waiting room of Peterson & Associates law firm, my palms sweating despite the air conditioning running at full blast. The leather chair creaked every time I shifted, and I couldn't stop checking my phone. 2:47 p.m. The reading of my father Eduardo's will was scheduled for 3 p.m. sharp, and my stepmother, Lena, hadn't arrived yet with her children, Leonardo and Marisol. Dad had been gone for 2 weeks now. Heart attack, they said. Sudden, unexpected. At 58, he seemed healthy enough, though I'd noticed he'd been more tired lately, more distant. Lena had been quick to take charge of the funeral arrangements, relegating me to a corner like an unwanted guest at my own father's goodbye. The heavy oak door opened with a dramatic creak, and there they were. Lena strutted in, wearing a black Chanel-style suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent, her perfectly styled blonde hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. Behind her, Leonardo and Marisol followed like loyal soldiers, both dressed in designer morning attire that looked more like they were attending a fashion show than a will reading. "Oh, Carolina, darling?" Lena's voice dripped with false sympathy as she air-kissed near my cheeks. "I'm so sorry you had to wait. We were at the Mercedes dealership. Leonardo needs a more reliable car for college, and well, we thought it would be appropriate to handle these practical matters before." She gestured vaguely toward the lawyer's office door. Leonardo, now 19 and carrying himself with the arrogance of someone who'd never been told no, smirked at me. "Hope you're not too disappointed when you hear what Dad really thought about you, Carolina." His tone was casual, cruel in that special way only entitled teenagers could master. Marisol, 17 and every bit her mother's daughter, was already scrolling through her phone, probably calculating how much she could spend on her upcoming European graduation trip. "Mom, can we hurry this up? I have a spa appointment at 4, and you know how impossible it is to reschedule with Anastasia." I felt that familiar knot in my stomach, the same one I'd carried for 6 years, ever since Dad married Lena. The same knot that formed every family dinner when they'd discuss expensive vacations I wasn't invited to, or business decisions that apparently didn't concern me, even though I'd worked at Dad's company since graduating college. "The lawyer will see you now," a secretary announced from the doorway. Carlos Martinez looked exactly like what central casting would order for a distinguished attorney. Silver hair, kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, and a presence that commanded respect. His office was impressive without being ostentatious, lined with law books and framed diplomas from Harvard and Yale. "Please take a seat." He gestured toward the conference table where 5 chairs had been arranged. I noticed there were some additional documents stacked beside his usual legal folders, and something about his expression seemed amused. No, that couldn't be right. This was a solemn occasion. Lena positioned herself at the head of the table as if she were chairing a board meeting, while Leonardo and Marisol flanked her sides. I took the chair farthest from them, feeling like an outsider in my own family's legal proceedings. "Before we begin," Carlos said, adjusting his glasses, "I want to express my condolences to all of you. Eduardo was not just a client, but a friend for over 30 years. I handled his first business incorporation, his divorce from Carolina's mother, and," he paused, looking directly at me, "many other legal matters throughout the years." Lena's smile was sharp as a blade. "Thank you, Carlos. Eduardo spoke of you often. He trusted your judgment implicitly, which is why he came to you when he decided to make some adjustments to his estate planning." She glanced at me with barely concealed triumph. "Isn't that right, Carolina? Your father had some concerns about your lifestyle choices, your lack of commitment to the family business." My cheeks burned. It was true that Dad and I had grown distant over the years, especially after he married Lena. Family dinners became interrogations about my job performance, my dating life, my spending habits. Lena had a talent for making innocent questions sound like accusations, and somehow Dad always seemed to side with her version of events. Carlos opened the first folder, but instead of diving into the legal language, he leaned back in his chair. "This is certainly going to be an interesting afternoon," he murmured, almost to himself. The room fell silent, except for the gentle hum of the air conditioning and the distant sound of traffic from the street below. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and irregular, as I braced myself for what I was certain would be my official disinheritance. "Well," Lena said, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "Sitch, shall we get this over with?" I'm sure Carolina is eager to hear what her father really decided about her future. The cruelty in her tone was no longer hidden behind false sympathy. And that's when everything began to unravel. During my father's marriage to Lena, I'd learned to read the subtle signs of impending humiliation. The way she'd tilt her head slightly to the right before delivering a particularly cutting remark. The practiced pause she'd used to build dramatic tension. The way her children would lean forward, anticipating the show they were about to witness. All those signs were there as Carlos opened the leather portfolio containing my father's final wishes. "Before we begin with the formal reading," Lena announced, standing up as if she were addressing a corporate board, "I think it's only fair that Carolina knows what to expect." She smoothed her skirt and faced me directly, her blue eyes cold as winter. "Your father and I had many long conversations about the future of his estate, many difficult conversations about family loyalty, about contribution, about worthiness." Leonardo snickered from his chair, not even trying to hide his amusement. "This is going to be epic," he whispered to Marisol, who looked up from her phone just long enough to smirk. "Eduardo was deeply disappointed in you, Carolina?" Lena continued, her voice gaining momentum like a prosecutor delivering a closing argument. "Your lack of ambition, your failure to appreciate the opportunities he provided, your inability to integrate properly into our family unit. For 6 years, I watched him struggle with the decision. But ultimately," she paused for maximum dramatic effect, savoring what she clearly believed was her moment of absolute triumph. "He decided you don't deserve a single penny of what he worked so hard to build. You've been completely removed from the inheritance. Everything, the house, the business, the investments, the art collection, all of it, goes to the people who actually supported him, who were actually there for him in his final years." The silence that followed was deafening. I felt as though someone had punched me in the gut, even though part of me had been expecting this outcome for months. The way Dad had been looking at me lately, the way family conversations would stop when I entered the room, the way Lena had been making increasingly bold decisions about our family's future. But then something unexpected happened. Carlos started laughing. Not a polite chuckle or a nervous laugh, but a genuine, deep belly laugh that seemed to echo off the oak-paneled walls. He removed his glasses, wiped his eyes, and continued laughing until Lena's triumphant expression began to crumble into confusion. "I'm sorry," he managed between chuckles. "It's just, oh, Eduardo would have loved this moment. He predicted this exact scenario word for word. Lena, he even bet me $20 that you'd use the phrase, family unit." Carlos reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a $20 bill, waving it in the air. He was right, as always. "What are you talking about?" Lena's voice had lost its confident edge, replaced by something that sounded dangerously close to panic. "Oh, my dear Lena," Carlos said, his amusement still evident as he opened a thick folder marked Confidential Family Trust Documents. "I think we need to have a little conversation about the difference between a will and a trust, specifically about something called a revocable family trust that your late husband established 29 years ago." The color drained from Lena's face as she slowly sank back into her chair. Leonardo and Marisol exchanged confused glances, their earlier smugness evaporating like morning mist. "You see," Carlos continued, now all business despite the smile still playing at the corners of his mouth, "a will only distributes assets that are actually owned by the deceased at the time of death. But if those assets have already been transferred to a trust," he spread several official-looking documents across the table, "well, Then the will becomes rather irrelevant, doesn't it? I stared at the documents, my mind struggling to process what I was hearing. Numbers jumped out at me. Dollar amounts with so many zeros they didn't seem real. What exactly are you saying? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Carlos looked at me with something that might have been pride. I'm saying, Carolina, that your father was far more clever than any of us gave him credit for. And I'm saying that this family has been living in your house, driving your cars, and spending your money for the past year without even knowing it. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees as Carlos spread out more documents across the polished conference table. Lena's perfectly manicured hands were trembling slightly as she reached for the papers, her eyes scanning the legal terminology that clearly meant nothing to her. I don't understand, she said, her voice smaller now, stripped of its earlier authority. Eduardo never mentioned any trust. We went over his finances together every month. I have access to all his accounts. I signed all the important papers. Oh, you have access to some accounts? Carlos agreed pleasantly. The household accounts, the credit cards, the day-to-day operational funds, but those represented maybe 3% of Eduardo's actual wealth. He pulled out a calculator and began punching in numbers. Let's see. The monthly allowance he provided for household expenses was about $45,000. Very generous for running a home, wouldn't you say? Marisol's eyes widened. She'd been spending that much on shopping sprees without thinking twice about it. Wait, that was just an allowance, like for groceries and stuff? Precisely. Carlos nodded. Your stepfather was quite methodical about financial boundaries. He believed in comfort, but also in, shall we say, controlled exposure to wealth for those who hadn't earned it themselves. Leonardo had gone pale beneath his designer tan. But the business? Mom sits on the board of directors. She makes decisions about millions of dollars in contracts. She sits on the board of Martinez Holdings LLC, Carlos corrected gently, which is a subsidiary management company that handles day-to-day operations. The actual ownership of all assets was transferred to the Eduardo Martinez Family Trust approximately 12 months ago, with Carolina as the sole beneficiary upon Eduardo's passing. I felt dizzy. The room was spinning slightly, and I gripped the edge of the table to steady myself. Carlos, what are you saying exactly? In plain English, please. The lawyer's expression softened as he turned to me. I'm saying, Carolina, that your father transferred everything, and I mean everything, into a trust fund with your name on it. The house you grew up in, the one where they've been living, yours. The company where you work, you own it. The investment portfolio, the art collection, the vacation properties in Aspen and Martha's Vineyard, all yours. He pulled out a summary sheet with numbers highlighted in yellow. The total value of the trust as of last month's assessment is $71,400,000. The silence that followed was so complete I could hear the secretary's typewriter in the outer office. Somewhere in the distance, a car horn honked, and the normal world continued to exist while mine turned completely upside down. That's impossible, Lena whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. I would have known. I would have seen the paperwork. I sign all the important documents. You sign what Eduardo chose to show you, Carlos replied, his tone still professional but carrying an edge now. And frankly, Lena, given what I've observed over the past few years, that was probably a wise decision on his part. What's that supposed to mean? Leonardo jumped to his feet, his face flushed with anger. Are you insulting our family? I'm not insulting anyone, Carlos said calmly. I'm simply stating facts. Your mother has run up approximately $240,000 in credit card debt over the past 18 months. She's purchased 3 cars, planned 2 elaborate vacations, and has been telling her friends that she's planning to renovate the east wing of the house, all without consulting the actual owner of those assets. Marisol's phone clattered to the table as she stared at her mother. Mom, is that true? About the credit cards. Lena's composure was cracking like ice in spring. Those were necessary expenses, family expenses. The cars were for the children. The vacations were for family bonding. The renovation plans were to increase property value. With whose money? I asked quietly. The question hung in the air like smoke. Lena turned to look at me, and for the first time in 6 years, I saw something in her eyes that wasn't contempt or condescension. It was fear. It's family money. We're family. No, Carlos interjected, pulling out another folder. You're Eduardo's second wife, and your children are his stepchildren. The trust was established long before he met you, updated periodically but never changed in terms of the primary beneficiary. Carolina has been the heir apparent for 29 years. He handed me a document with my father's signature and a date from when I was just 3 years old. Your father created this trust after your mother died to ensure that his biological child would be protected no matter what happened to him, no matter who he married, no matter what influences might try to separate you from your inheritance. I stared at the signature, recognizing my father's careful handwriting. Even then, when I was barely old enough to tie my shoes, he'd been thinking about protecting me. The thought made my throat tight with emotion. But he seems so distant lately, I said. He hardly talked to me anymore. At family dinners, he'd just sit there while Lena criticized everything I did. Carlos smiled sadly. Carolina, your father was dying. He'd known about the heart condition for 8 months, and he was watching very carefully to see how his wife would behave when she thought she was about to inherit everything. You mean he was testing her? Marisol asked, her voice small. He was protecting you, Carlos replied, looking directly at me, and gathering evidence about the kind of people he'd unfortunately allowed into his home. Lena shot to her feet, her chair scraping against the hardwood floor. This is ridiculous. I loved Eduardo. I took care of him. I was a devoted wife. You were planning to put him in a nursing home, Carlos said quietly. The room went dead silent. I heard you on the phone with Sunset Manor Memory Care. Lena, Eduardo heard you too. You were inquiring about their rates for residents with early-stage dementia, discussing how to have someone declared incompetent for their own safety. Leonardo and Marisol turned to stare at their mother, horror dawning on their faces. He wasn't developing dementia, I said, understanding flooding through me like cold water. No, he wasn't, Carlos confirmed. He was perfectly lucid right up until the end. Lucid enough to hire a private investigator 6 months ago. Lucid enough to record several conversations. Lucid enough to ensure that his real daughter would be protected from the people who saw him as nothing more than a paycheck. Lena collapsed back into her chair, all pretense of dignity abandoned. I don't understand how this happened. How did I not know? Because you never bothered to learn about the business, about the real finances, about anything that mattered to Eduardo beyond spending his money, Carlos said, his patience clearly wearing thin. You knew he was wealthy, and that was enough for you. You never asked how the wealth was structured, never showed interest in his legal affairs, never bothered to understand that marrying a rich man doesn't automatically make you rich. He pulled out one final document, which brings us to the actual will, the document that governs the few assets that weren't already in the trust. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. What few assets? Carlos cleared his throat and began to read in his formal lawyer voice. To my beloved wife, Lena Martinez, who has shown me exactly who she is, I leave the sum of $1. She has already taken far more than she deserves. To my stepson, Leonardo Martinez, I leave the sum of $1 with the hope that he will learn the value of earning his own way in the world. To my stepdaughter, Marisol Martinez, I leave the sum of $1 and the suggestion that she find a career that doesn't depend on other people's generosity. To my daughter, Carolina Martinez, I leave my love, my pride, and my confidence that she will use her inheritance wisely and kindly. She has already received everything else through the trust, as was always my intention. Carlos set down the will and looked around the table. There's more, but I think we should address the immediate practical concerns first. He handed me a thick envelope sealed with red wax. Your father asked me to give you this after the will reading. He said it would explain everything you need to know about his final year. Then he reached into his briefcase and pulled out 3 smaller envelopes. And these are for you, Lena, Leonardo, and Marisol. Lena opened hers with shaking hands. Her face went white as she read, then green, then white again. What does it say, Mom? Leonardo demanded. Her voice was barely a whisper. It's an eviction notice. We have 30 days to vacate the premises. Carlos nodded matter-of-factly. All the properties, the main house, the Aspen cabin, the Martha's Vineyard cottage, they all belong to Carolina now, and she's made it clear she wants you out. I never said that. I protested, confused. Actually, you did, Carlos replied with a slight smile. You signed the eviction papers last week, though you didn't know what you were signing at the time. Remember when I asked you to come in to notarize some routine estate documents? I remembered signing papers, lots of papers, trusting that Carlos knew what was best. I'd been so grief-stricken I hadn't read them carefully. Don't worry, he continued. Your father wrote very specific instructions about how he wanted this handled. You're not the villain here, Carolina. You're just the rightful owner reclaiming what was always yours. I stared at the red wax seal on the envelope, my father's final message to me. While around the table, the reality of the situation continued to sink in. Lena was reading and rereading her eviction notice as if the words might change if she looked at them long enough. Leonardo had gone completely silent, which was perhaps the most disturbing reaction of all. I'd never seen him speechless. Marisol was openly crying, mascara running down her cheeks in dark streams. I need to understand something, I said, looking at Carlos. You're telling me that my father knew exactly what Lena was doing, and he let it happen for months? Carlos leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Your father was many things, Carolina, but he wasn't naive. About 6 months after he married Lena, he started noticing things. Small things at first. Bills for items he'd never purchased. Conversations that stopped when he entered a room. Phone calls that ended abruptly when he walked by. So, he started investigating his own wife. He started protecting his daughter, Carlos corrected gently. There's a difference. Eduardo came to me about 18 months ago, very quietly, very discreetly. He said he was concerned about the long-term security of his assets, and he wanted to ensure they would be properly managed after his death. Lena looked up from her eviction notice, her eyes blazing with renewed anger. He was spying on me, his own wife. He was documenting fraud, Carlos replied coolly. Which, given what we discovered, was probably wise. What fraud? Leonardo demanded, though his voice lacked its usual arrogance. Carlos opened another folder, this one considerably thicker than the others. Shall we start with the credit cards? The ones opened in Eduardo's name without his knowledge, or perhaps the forged signatures on the investment account transfers. Or maybe we should discuss the rather creative medical bills that were submitted to insurance companies for treatments that never actually occurred. My stomach dropped. Medical fraud. Your stepmother has been quite busy, Carlos said, pulling out a series of documents. She's been submitting claims for physical therapy sessions that never happened, psychological counseling that was never provided, and prescription medications that were never prescribed. The insurance fraud alone carries a potential sentence of 15 years in federal prison. Marisol stopped crying abruptly. Mom, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Lena protested, but her voice was shrill now, desperate. Those were legitimate expenses. Eduardo was sick. He needed care. I was managing his health care because he was too proud to admit he needed help. Eduardo was seeing Dr. Patricia Hendricks for his heart condition, Carlos said calmly. One doctor, one condition, very straightforward treatment. The insurance claims show visits to 17 different specialists for conditions ranging from chronic pain syndrome to early-onset Alzheimer's disease. He handed me a medical report. Your father never had Alzheimer's, Carolina. His mind was sharp until the very end, but the insurance payments for his supposed cognitive decline treatments were deposited directly into an account that Lena controlled. I felt sick. All those times I'd worried about Dad seeming distant or confused. All those moments when I thought he was losing his connection to reality. It had been an act. He'd been pretending to be sicker than he was while gathering evidence against his wife. There's more, Carlos continued, seemingly immune to the emotional devastation he was causing. The private investigator Eduardo hired documented some very interesting patterns in Lena's behavior. Patterns that go back further than her marriage to your father. He pulled out a thick report bound in blue covers. Did you know, Lena, that your first husband's death is still considered suspicious by the Denver Police Department? The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Leonardo and Marisol stared at their mother with expressions of growing horror. That's ridiculous, Lena whispered, but she'd gone pale again. James died of natural causes, heart attack, just like Eduardo. James Martinez, no relation to your current family, died of a heart attack at age 45. In perfect health, 2 days after changing his life insurance policy to make you the primary beneficiary. Carlos read from the report. The autopsy found traces of digoxin in his system, a heart medication he'd never been prescribed. You're making this up, Leonardo said, but his voice cracked on the words. The Denver PD never had enough evidence to pursue charges, Carlos continued, but they never closed the case either. And when Eduardo's private investigator contacted them about the similarities between the two deaths, let's just say they're very interested in reopening their investigation. Marisol had started crying again, but these weren't tears of disappointment anymore. These were tears of absolute terror. Mom, tell me this isn't true. Tell me you didn't. You couldn't have. Lena stood up abruptly, knocking over her water glass. The sound of glass hitting the floor was sharp and final, like a judge's gavel. I don't have to listen to this. These are lies. All of it. Malicious lies from a man who was clearly losing his mind. Sit down, Carlos said, and something in his tone made Lena comply immediately. We're not finished. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a small digital recorder, the kind used for dictation. Your father recorded several conversations over the past few months. Would you like to hear some of them? That's illegal, Lena protested. Actually, it's not. Colorado is a one-party consent state for recordings. Eduardo was perfectly within his rights to record conversations in his own home. Carlos pressed play. Eduardo's voice filled the room, tiny but clear through the small speaker. Lena, I've been thinking about updating my will. Then Lena's voice, sweet and concerned. Oh, darling, why? You're not that sick. The doctor said the heart medication should help. I want to make sure you and the children are taken care of if something happens to me. What about Carolina? She's your daughter. There was a pause. Then Eduardo's voice, sounding tired. Carolina has made it clear she doesn't want to be part of this family. Maybe it's time I accepted that. Carlos stopped the recording. This conversation took place 3 weeks ago. Would you like to hear the one from the next day when you thought Eduardo was napping? He pressed play again, and this time it was clearly Lena's voice talking to someone on the phone. He's finally coming around. I've been working on him for months, but I think he's ready to cut her out completely. No, he still has moments of clarity, but they are getting shorter. The medication is helping with that. Yes, I've been crushing it into his food like you suggested. Carlos stopped the recording. The silence in the room was deafening. What medication were you crushing into his food, Lena? Carlos asked quietly. Lena was shaking her head frantically. I don't know what you're talking about. That can't be. We found the pills, Carlos said, hidden in your jewelry box. Haloperidol, an antipsychotic medication that, when given to someone who doesn't need it, can cause confusion, memory problems, and disorientation. Very useful if you want someone to appear mentally incompetent. Leonardo was staring at his mother as if he'd never seen her before. Mom, what have you done? I was trying to help him. Lena screamed. All pretense of composure finally shattered. He was getting agitated, paranoid. He was starting to suspect things that weren't true, accusing me of things I never did. The medication was to keep him calm. You were drugging him to make him compliant, Carlos said. And when that wasn't working fast enough, you started planning to have him declared incompetent so you could take control of his assets. He pulled out another document. Here's your application to Sunset Manor Memory Care, dated 3 weeks ago. You were planning to have Eduardo committed as soon as you could get a doctor to sign off on his supposed dementia diagnosis. I felt like I was drowning in information, each revelation worse than the last. How did he know all this? How did he stay ahead of her? Carlos smiled sadly. Your father was brilliant, Carolina, and he loved you more than you realized. Every strange conversation, every moment when he seemed confused or distant, he was performing for Lena while secretly documenting everything she was doing. He handed me another envelope. There are bank records showing the exact amount stolen, recorded phone conversations with insurance companies, video surveillance from the house, and detailed financial forensics going back 3 years. Your father built a case that would make a federal prosecutor weep with joy. Why didn't he just divorce her? I asked. Why go through all this? Because he wanted to protect you completely, Carlos replied. A divorce would have entitled Lena to half of his assets under Colorado law. This way, with everything in the trust, she gets nothing, and more importantly, she can never make any legal claim against your inheritance. He looked around the table at the devastated faces of my stepfamily. The only question now is what Carolina wants to do with all this evidence. The weight of that question, what I wanted to do with all this evidence, settled over me like a heavy blanket. I looked at the faces around the table. Lena, cornered and desperate. Leonardo, shocked into silence. Marisol, crying quietly. And Carlos, waiting patiently for my decision. The power to destroy these people's lives was literally in my hands, contained in folders full of documents and recordings. Before you decide anything, Carlos said gently, there's one more document your father wanted you to see. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out an envelope with my name written in Dad's familiar handwriting. The paper was heavier than the others, expensive stationery that he used for important correspondence. This is Eduardo's final letter to you. He wrote it 2 weeks before he died and asked me to give it to you after you'd heard everything else. With trembling fingers, I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. My father's voice seemed to speak directly to me through his careful cursive writing. My dearest Carolina, if you're reading this, then Carlos has done his job, and you now know the truth about what has been happening in our family. I'm sorry you had to learn about it this way, but I needed you to hear it from someone you trust. Someone who could present the facts clearly and help you make informed decisions about your future. I want you to know that every cold word, every distant look, every moment when I seemed to choose them over you, it was the hardest performance of my life. Watching you hurt, watching you wonder if I still loved you, nearly broke my heart a dozen times. But I had to make Lena believe she was winning. I had to let her reveal her true nature completely. You are my daughter. My greatest achievement, my proudest legacy. Not because of anything you'll inherit, but because of who you are. You're kind without being weak, strong without being cruel. You have your mother's gentle heart, and I hope my determination to do what's right, even when it's difficult. By now, you know about Lena's crimes, about the fraud and manipulation, and worse. The evidence is overwhelming, and if you choose to pursue criminal charges, she will almost certainly go to prison for a very long time. Her children, who I believe are more foolish than truly evil, will face their own consequences. But the choice is yours, Carolina. You could destroy them all with what we've uncovered, and no one would blame you. They tried to steal your birthright. They drugged me. They planned to have me declared incompetent. They deserve whatever justice you decide to pursue. However, I hope you'll consider another path. Not because they deserve mercy, but because you deserve peace. Revenge might feel satisfying in the moment, but it rarely brings the closure we hope for. Instead, it often chains us to the very people we're trying to escape. I've structured things so that you have complete control. They can never touch your inheritance, never make legal claims against you, never hurt you financially. You are protected absolutely. Whether you choose justice or mercy is entirely up to you. Whatever you decide, know that I am proud of you and I love you more than words can express. Your devoted father, Eduardo. I folded the letter carefully, my eyes burning with tears I'd been holding back for weeks. Around the table, everyone was watching me, waiting to see what kind of person I really was when given ultimate power over people who had wronged me. I need some air, I said quietly, standing up from the table. Carlos nodded. Take all the time you need. I'll be here whenever you're ready to discuss next steps. I walked out of the law office and onto the busy street, letting the sounds of normal life wash over me. People hurrying to meetings, couples having lunch, teenagers laughing as they walked past. All of them living their lives without knowing that just inside that building, a family was falling apart and a daughter was deciding their fate. 20 minutes later, I returned to the conference room. Lena, Leonardo, and Marisol were still sitting in their chairs, looking like defendants waiting for a verdict. Carlos was reviewing some papers, giving them space to process everything they'd learned. "I've made my decision," I announced, taking my seat again. Lena looked up at me with something that might have been hope mixed with terror. "Carolina, please. I know how this looks, but—" "No," I interrupted firmly. "You don't get to explain anymore. You don't get to manipulate the narrative or make excuses. You've done enough talking." I turned to Carlos. "I want the criminal evidence turned over to the authorities. All of it. The insurance fraud, the prescription drug theft, the forgery, everything." Marisol let out a small sob. "Please, Carolina, think about what this will do to us." "I am thinking about it," I replied. "I'm thinking about what you were planning to do to my father. I'm thinking about how you drugged him, isolated him, and planned to have him committed to steal his life's work." Leonardo finally found his voice. "What about us, Marisol and me? We didn't know what she was doing." I studied his face, looking for any sign of genuine remorse or understanding. "Didn't you? You never wondered where the money for your cars came from, for your expensive clothes, your trips, your college tuition? You never asked why Dad suddenly seemed confused sometimes? Why he started forgetting things?" "We thought he was just getting old," Marisol whispered. "No, you thought you were getting rich," I corrected. "And you didn't care enough about him as a person to notice that something was wrong." Carlos cleared his throat. "Carolina, what about the eviction notices? Do you want to proceed with those as well?" I was quiet for a long moment, thinking about my father's letter, about his advice to choose peace over revenge. But I was also thinking about justice, about consequences, about the fact that these people had tried to steal not just money, but my father's dignity and autonomy in his final months. "Yes," I said finally. "They have 30 days. I want them out of all the properties." "Where are we supposed to go?" Lena demanded, some of her old arrogance creeping back into her voice. "We don't have anywhere else. You should have thought about that before you decided to commit multiple felonies," I replied calmly. "You're adults. Figure it out." Carlos was taking notes, documenting my decisions. "What about the company?" "Lena is technically still on the board of directors of the management subsidiary. Remove her immediately and conduct a full audit of every decision she's been involved in for the past 2 years. If we find any other irregularities, add them to the criminal complaint." "This is insane." Leonardo stood up, finally showing some emotion. "You're destroying our entire family over what? Some pills that helped Dad stay calm? Some paperwork mistakes." "Sit down," I said, and something in my voice made him comply immediately. "Let me explain something to all of you, since you seem to be confused about what happened here." I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city where my father had built his business, where he'd raised me, where he'd tried to build a new family, only to discover he'd invited predators into his home. "You didn't just steal money," I said, turning back to face them. "You stole my father's peace of mind in his final year. You made him afraid in his own home. You forced him to pretend to be losing his mind while he gathered evidence to protect me from you." My voice was getting stronger, more certain. "You isolated him from his friends, controlled his medications, and planned to have him declared incompetent so you could steal everything he'd worked 40 years to build. And you did it all while pretending to love him, while calling yourselves his family." Lena was crying now, but I felt no sympathy for her tears. "You made me doubt his love for me. For 6 years, you systematically tried to turn him against me, and in his final months, you made me believe you'd succeeded. Do you have any idea what that felt like? Watching my father die thinking he didn't love me anymore." "We never tried to turn him against you," Marisol protested weakly. "Every family dinner where you criticized my job, my appearance, my life choices. Every time you made jokes about my lack of ambition or my inability to appreciate what I had. Every time you planned expensive family trips that I wasn't invited to, or made decisions about our family's future that didn't include me. You spent 6 years making me feel like an outsider in my own father's life. I sat back down, feeling emotionally drained but also strangely relieved. The truth was finally out. All of it. And for the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe freely. So yes, you're going to face the consequences of your choices. All of them. But I want you to understand that this isn't revenge. This is justice. And it's protection for me and for any other wealthy widower who might be unfortunate enough to attract your attention in the future. Carlos had been silent throughout my speech, but now he spoke up. There's one more thing, Carolina. Your father left specific instructions about what to do if you chose to prosecute. He handed me another envelope. This one was marked to be opened only if criminal charges are filed. Inside was a cashier's check for $50,000 and a note for legal fees and security expenses. I knew you'd make the right choice. Love, Dad. He knew I'd choose to prosecute? I asked. He hoped you would, Carlos replied. He said anyone strong enough to survive 6 years of psychological manipulation and still be standing would be strong enough to see justice done. He pulled out one final document. There's also this. A restraining order that prohibits any of them from contacting you directly or indirectly after today. Any attempt to reach out to you, to approach your properties, or to interfere with your life in any way will result in immediate arrest. I looked at the restraining order, then at the 3 people who had spent 6 years trying to erase me from my father's life. They looked smaller now, diminished, like the petty criminals they'd revealed themselves to be. Is there anything else? I asked Carlos. Just one more thing, he said, pulling out a thick folder. Your father's plans for the Eduardo Martinez Foundation for Family Protection. He wanted you to have the option of using part of your inheritance to help other families who might be dealing with similar situations. Elder abuse, financial manipulation, predatory relationships. I opened the folder and found detailed plans for a foundation that would provide legal assistance, private investigation services, and counseling for families dealing with financial predators. It was comprehensive, thoughtful, and so perfectly like my father to turn his own painful experience into a way to help others. He really thought of everything, didn't he? I said softly. He loved you very much, Carlos replied, and he wanted to make sure you had every tool you needed to build a good life free from the people who tried to destroy it. 3 days later, I sat in the same conference room with Carlos, but this time we weren't alone. Detective Maria Santos from the Denver PD had driven down specifically to discuss the case against Lena, and Assistant District Attorney James Wright was reviewing the mountain of evidence my father had compiled. I have to say, this is one of the most thoroughly documented cases of elder abuse and financial fraud I've ever seen, Detective Santos said, flipping through bank records. Your father essentially built our entire case for us. How long before arrests are made? I asked. We'll have warrants by the end of the week, ADA Wright replied. The insurance fraud alone is enough for federal charges, but with the medication tampering and the evidence suggesting she may have done this before, he shrugged. Lena Martinez is looking at 15 to 20 years minimum. What about Leonardo and Marisol? That depends on what we find when we dig deeper into their involvement, Detective Santos said. If they genuinely didn't know about the fraud, they might escape criminal charges, but the financial impact on them will be severe regardless. Carlos had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke up. Carolina, there's something else we need to discuss. The media is starting to pick up on this story. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? A reporter from the Denver Post called this morning asking about the connection between Eduardo's death and the reopened investigation into James Martinez. It won't be long before they put the pieces together. ADA Wright nodded grimly. High-profile financial fraud cases always attract media attention, especially when there's a potential serial killer angle. We can try to keep your name out of it for now, but eventually, I'll be the grieving daughter who inherited millions while her stepmother gets arrested for murder. I finished. Great. There are worse things to be known for, Detective Santos said with a slight smile. Trust me, public sympathy is going to be entirely on your side in this one. That afternoon, I drove to the house where I'd grown up for the first time since Dad's funeral. The moving trucks were already there. Lena, Leonardo, and Marisol were packing up their belongings under the watchful eye of a court-appointed supervisor, as required by the restraining order. I didn't get out of my car immediately. Instead, I sat in the driveway, looking at the massive colonial house that had been my childhood home, trying to reconcile the warm memories of my early years with the cold reality of what it had become under Lena's influence. The front door opened and Lena emerged, carrying a box. She saw my car and stopped dead, her face going through a series of emotions. Anger, fear, sadness, and something that might have been shame. For a moment, I thought she might try to approach me despite the restraining order. But the court supervisor stepped outside and said something that made her continue walking to the moving truck. Leonardo appeared next, struggling with what looked like a very expensive sound system. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt instead of his usual designer clothes, and the difference was startling. Without the expensive facade, he looked like what he really was, a scared 19-year-old kid whose entire world had just collapsed. Marisol was the last to emerge, carrying only a small suitcase. She looked around at the house, the gardens, the circular driveway with its fountain, as if she were memorizing it. When she spotted my car, she didn't look angry or defiant like her mother and brother. She just looked lost. I finally got out of the car and walked toward the house. The court supervisor, a no-nonsense woman in her 50s, approached me. Ms. Martinez, I'm Janet Collins from the county court. I'm here to ensure the move-out proceeds smoothly and that all parties comply with the legal requirements. How is it going? Efficiently, she replied. They're taking only personal belongings and items they can prove they purchased themselves. Everything else stays with the house. I nodded and walked up the front steps, stepping into the foyer for the first time in weeks. The house felt different already, lighter somehow, as if a heavy presence had been lifted from it. The expensive artwork was still on the walls. The Persian rug still covered the hardwood floors, but the oppressive atmosphere that had developed over the past few years was already beginning to fade. Carolina. I turned to find Marisol standing at the bottom of the grand staircase, her suitcase in her hand. She looked younger than her 17 years, and for the first time since I'd known her, she seemed genuinely vulnerable. I'm not supposed to talk to you, she said quietly, glancing toward where the court supervisor was reviewing paperwork. But I wanted to say I'm sorry about everything. I studied her face, looking for signs of manipulation or calculation, but I saw only genuine remorse. Are you sorry you did it? Or sorry you got caught? She was quiet for a long moment. I'm sorry I never asked questions. I'm sorry I just went along with everything because it was easier than thinking about where the money was coming from. I'm sorry I was mean to you at family dinners because it made Mom happy. She wiped her eyes. And I'm sorry about what happened to your dad. He didn't deserve any of what we did to him. It was probably the most honest thing any of them had said since this whole nightmare began. What are you going to do now? I asked. I don't know. Mom's assets are frozen pending the criminal investigation. Leonardo's going to have to drop out of college. We can't afford the tuition anymore. I guess I'll finish high school and try to get a scholarship somewhere. She shrugged. Maybe it's time we learned how to take care of ourselves. Martinez, the court supervisor called from the front door. Time's up. The truck needs to leave. Marisol picked up her suitcase and walked toward the door, then stopped and turned back to me one last time. For what it's worth, your dad talked about you all the time. Even when Mom was trying to make him angry about you, he'd always end up telling stories about when you were little, about how proud he was of you. I think maybe part of him always knew what we were really like. She left without waiting for my response, climbing into the passenger seat of a beat-up sedan that looked like it belonged to a friend or relative. Leonardo loaded the last of their boxes into the moving truck, avoiding eye contact with me entirely. Lena was nowhere to be seen. She must have left earlier. The court supervisor approached me with a clipboard. Everything's been documented and removed according to the court order. The house is officially yours again, Ms. Martinez. I signed the paperwork and watched as the moving truck pulled out of the driveway, carrying away the last physical traces of the people who had tried to steal my father's life and my inheritance. As they disappeared around the corner, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Complete peace. Walking through the house alone, I could almost hear echoes of my childhood. My mother's laughter from the kitchen. My father's voice calling me down for breakfast. The sound of my own footsteps running up and down these same stairs as a little girl who felt completely safe and loved in this place. In my father's study, I found something the movers had missed, or maybe something Dad had hidden so well that Lena never found it. Behind a false panel in his desk drawer was a photograph of me at my college graduation with a note in his handwriting. My greatest achievement. I love you always, Dad. I sat in his leather chair holding the photo and the note, and for the first time since his death, I felt truly connected to him again. The distance that had grown between us in his final years hadn't been real. It had been a performance, a sacrifice he'd made to protect me from people who would have destroyed us both if they'd had the chance. My phone buzzed with a text from Carlos. Media picked up the story. You might want to avoid social media for a while. Call me if you need anything. I turned off my phone and sat in the gathering darkness of my father's study. In my house, surrounded by the inheritance he'd fought so hard to preserve for me. Tomorrow I would start dealing with the foundation, with the media attention, with the complexity of managing $71 million in assets. But tonight, I just wanted to sit here and remember that I was my father's daughter, that I was loved, and that I was finally truly safe. 6 months later, I was sitting in the boardroom of what was now officially called Martinez Holdings, reviewing quarterly reports with my new management team. The company Dad had built was thriving under proper leadership, and I discovered I had more of a head for business than anyone, including myself, had realized. My assistant knocked on the door. Carolina, Carlos Martinez is here for your 2 o'clock appointment. Send him in. Carlos walked in carrying a thick folder and wearing an expression that managed to be both satisfied and slightly grim. I have news about the criminal cases. I gestured for him to sit. Good news or bad news? Good news for justice, complicated news for closure, he replied, settling into the chair across from my desk. Lena took a plea deal yesterday. 25 years for elder abuse, financial fraud, and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree? They proved she killed her first husband. The Denver PD found enough evidence to file charges. And once they did, Lena's attorney advised her to plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. Apparently, the combination of the digoxin in James Martinez's system and the similar attempts on your father were enough to establish a pattern. I leaned back in my chair, trying to process the magnitude of what Lena had done. 25 years means she'll be in her 70s when she gets out. If she gets out, Carlos corrected. The federal insurance fraud charges are being handled separately, and those could add another 15 years to her sentence. What about Leonardo and Marisol? Leonardo was charged with accessory after the fact and conspiracy to commit fraud. He'll serve 2 years, probably less, with good behavior. The prosecution believes he genuinely didn't know about the murder attempts, but he definitely knew about the financial fraud and chose to benefit from it rather than report it. Carlos opened his folder and pulled out several documents. Marisol was sentenced to community service and probation. The judge took into account her age and her cooperation with the investigation. She's actually doing well. She got a scholarship to Colorado State and is studying social work. Social work. She says she wants to help families dealing with abuse situations. Apparently, testifying against her mother was a wake-up call about the kind of person she wants to be. I thought about the scared 17-year-old who had apologized to me in the foyer 6 months ago. Maybe there was hope for her after all. There's something else, Carlos continued. The Eduardo Martinez Foundation for Family Protection officially received its nonprofit status last week. You're ready to start operations whenever you want. I looked out the window at the city skyline, thinking about my father's vision of turning his painful experience into something that could help others. I want to start with the cases similar to ours. Older adults who are being financially manipulated by family members or caregivers. I've already identified 12 potential cases through the district attorney's office. Families who could use both legal assistance and private investigation services to document what's happening to them. Carlos handed me a file. This one in particular might interest you. 73-year-old widower, second wife half his age, adult children who've been cut out of his life, and a pattern of increasingly erratic behavior that his doctors can't explain. I opened the file and read the summary. The parallels to my father's situation were chilling. How did you find this? His daughter contacted me after seeing the news coverage of your case. She's desperate for help, but she can't afford a private investigator or the kind of legal team it would take to build a solid case. Set up a meeting, I said immediately. And Carlos, I want to handle this one personally. Are you sure? It might be emotionally difficult given the similarities to your own situation. I thought about my father's letter, about his hope that I would use my inheritance to protect others. I'm sure. This is exactly why Dad wanted me to start the foundation. 3 weeks later, I sat across from Margaret Chen, a 45-year-old nurse whose 73-year-old father had married a 38-year-old woman 8 months after his wife's death. The story Margaret told was like listening to my own experience played back with different names and faces. She's isolated him from all his friends, Margaret explained, tears in her eyes. He used to call me every Sunday, and now I'm lucky if I hear from him once a month. When I do talk to him, he sounds confused, forgetful. But Dad was sharp as a tack his whole life. What about his finances? She's convinced him to add her name to all his accounts, supposedly to help him manage his affairs. He's worth about $4 million, and she's already spent close to $300,000 on household improvements and a new car for her son from her first marriage. I handed Margaret a contract for the foundation services. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to provide you with a private investigator, a forensic accountant, and a team of lawyers. We're going to document everything that's happening, build a case, and help you protect your father. Margaret stared at the contract. I can't afford this. I'm a single mother. I work 2 jobs just to pay rent. You don't pay anything, I explained. The Eduardo Martinez Foundation covers all costs for families dealing with financial elder abuse. That's what it's for. She started crying again, but this time with relief rather than despair. I thought I was going to lose him. I thought there was nothing I could do. There's always something you can do, I said, thinking of my father's careful planning and his determination to protect me. Sometimes it just takes time to figure out what that is. Over the next 6 months, we helped Margaret build a case against her father's wife that resulted in criminal charges and the recovery of most of the stolen money. More importantly, we helped her father understand what had been happening to him and supported him through the process of reclaiming his life and independence. It was the first of many similar cases. The foundation grew quickly, handling dozens of situations involving financial elder abuse, predatory relationships, and family manipulation. Each case was different, but the patterns were always similar: vulnerable people being exploited by those who claimed to love them. 1 year after my father's death, I stood in the cemetery where he was buried, carrying a folder full of the Foundation's first annual report. We'd helped recover over $12 million in stolen assets, assisted in the prosecution of 17 predators, and provided support services to more than 200 families. We did it, Dad, I said quietly, placing the report on his gravestone. We turned what they tried to do to us into something that helps other people. 1.5 years later, I received a letter that surprised me. It was from Marisol, now in her 2nd year of college. Dear Carolina, I hope it's okay that I'm writing to you. I know I'm not supposed to contact you directly, but I wanted you to know that I'm graduating next month with my degree in social work. I've been accepted to graduate school to specialize in elder abuse prevention. I think about what my family did to you and your father every day. It's part of why I chose this field. I want to spend my life making sure what happened to your dad doesn't happen to other people. I know you'll probably never forgive me, and I understand why, but I wanted you to know that your decision to prosecute my mother probably saved other people's lives. And I wanted you to know that at least one person who was part of hurting you is now trying to spend her life helping others instead. I hope you're happy and that the foundation is doing well. I read about it in the newspaper sometimes, and it makes me proud that something good came from something so terrible. Thank you for showing me what justice looks like and what integrity means. Sincerely, Marisol. I read the letter twice, then filed it away with the other foundation correspondence. I never responded to it. The restraining order was still in effect, and I had no desire to reconnect with any of them. But I was glad to know that Marisol had found a way to transform her experience into something positive. Leonardo, according to Carlos's occasional updates, had struggled more after his release from prison. He'd developed a drinking problem and had trouble holding down jobs. Some people, it seemed, learned from their consequences, while others were crushed by them. Lena was serving her sentence in a federal prison in Texas. She would be eligible for parole in 2043, when she would be 72 years old. I tried not to think about her at all. As for me, I discovered that my father had been right about something else. I was stronger than I'd realized. Managing a $71 million estate and running a foundation turned out to be work I was not only capable of doing, but work I genuinely enjoyed. I hired good people, made smart investments, and found purpose in using my father's legacy to protect other families. I also started dating again, something I'd avoided during the difficult years with Lena's family. I met David, a fellow nonprofit director at a conference on elder abuse prevention. He was kind, funny, and completely unimpressed by my money, which made him exactly the right kind of person for me to fall in love with. 3 years after Dad's death, David and I were married in a small ceremony in the garden of the house where I grew up. Carlos walked me down the aisle, and Margaret Chun was my maid of honor. The Eduardo Martinez Foundation had become one of the most respected elder advocacy organizations in the country. And I'd found a life that felt authentic and meaningful. Standing in that garden, surrounded by people who cared about me for who I was rather than what I owned, I could almost feel my father's presence. He'd protected me from predators, preserved my inheritance, and given me the tools to build something beautiful from the wreckage of his final years. The most important thing I learned from the whole experience was this: people will show you who they really are if you give them enough time and opportunity. The key is believing them when they do and having the courage to act on that knowledge. My father saw Lena's true nature and built a case to protect me from it. I saw the evidence and chose justice over revenge. Marisol saw the consequences of her family's actions and chose to dedicate her life to preventing similar harm. In the end, we all became exactly who we were meant to be. Some of us became protectors, some became healers, and some became prisoners of their own choices. But all of us learned that actions have consequences, that love requires sacrifice, and that sometimes the greatest inheritance you can leave someone isn't money. It's the knowledge that they are worthy of protection, capable of strength, and deserving of justice. My father gave me all of that, along with $71 million and a purpose that would last the rest of my life. It was, I realized, exactly the inheritance I needed. Now on to the next story. Story 2. At Christmas, my daughter gave me a pair of cheap slippers as a gift, and for her mother-in-law a brand new car. My name is Patricia, and I'm 68 years old. I never thought the day would come when I'd sit down to tell the story, but here I am with my hands still trembling a little when I think about what happened that Christmas of 2024. Maybe you think I'm just another old lady complaining about life, but I hope that by the end of the story, you'll understand that sometimes we need to make difficult decisions to recover our dignity. It was Christmas Eve when I received my daughter Jennifer's gift. She arrived at my house in Coral Gables with that smile I knew so well, the same one she used as a child when she wanted something special. At 42 years old, Jennifer could still look like a little girl when it suited her. "Mom, this is for you," she said, handing me a package wrapped in cheap golden paper. My heart beat faster. For years, I had been waiting for some gesture that showed she cared, that recognized everything I had done for her. I opened it carefully, trying not to show my anxiety. Inside the box was a pair of pink slippers with plastic flowers. I discreetly turned the tag. $15 from the neighborhood pharmacy. I felt something cold forming in my chest, but I forced a smile. "Thank you, my dear," I murmured, holding the slippers as if they were a treasure. Jennifer was already distracted, fiddling with her phone. "You're welcome, Mom," "Oh, James is coming. We need to go to his mother's house." James, my son-in-law, arrived honking. A 45-year-old man who never had to work very hard because he always knew he could count on me to help with the couple's expenses. Jennifer gave me a hurried kiss on the forehead and ran out. I stood on the porch watching them leave in the silver BMW that I had helped finance 2 years before. The sound of the engine disappearing in the distance left me with a feeling of emptiness that I knew well, but which this Christmas seemed heavier than ever. 2 hours later, I was scrolling through social media when I saw the photos. Jennifer had posted on Instagram an image of her handing the keys to a brand new red Tesla to Ruth, her mother-in-law. The caption read, "Special gift for the most incredible mother-in-law in the world. $65,000 well invested in someone who deserves the best." I reread the sentence 3 times. $65,000. I was holding $15 slippers. I felt as if someone had punched me in the stomach. The photos continued, Ruth crying with joy, Jennifer and James smiling proudly, the car shining under the Christmas lights. In the comments, dozens of people congratulated my daughter for her incredible generosity and love for family. I walked to my room like a robot and sat on the bed I'd had for 15 years. The same bed where I economized to avoid replacing it because I preferred to spend money on Jennifer's dreams. There, alone, I let the tears fall for the first time in years. It wasn't about the money. It was about what those gifts represented. Ruth got a car because she was important family. I got slippers because I was what? The mother who would always be there, who never complained, who always found a way to solve everything. That Christmas night, while I heated a frozen pizza for dinner, Jennifer had canceled our tradition of family dinner to go to her in-laws' house. Something broke inside me. Or maybe something finally got fixed. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when I gave up trying to sleep. I went to the office and turned on the light, determined to do something I had avoided for years. Review exactly how much I had invested in Jennifer's life over the years. I started with bank statements from the last 5 years, but soon realized I needed to go further, much further. I opened the drawer where I kept old documents and began to put together the true story of our last 35 years. Jennifer was 7 years old when her father abandoned us. Gary left home on an ordinary Thursday, said he had found someone younger and didn't want any more family responsibilities. He never sent a cent in child support despite court orders. He disappeared as if he had never existed. Suddenly, I was a single mother of 33 with a scared little girl who asked every night when Daddy was coming back. I worked as a secretary at a veterinary clinic in the morning and cleaned offices at night. Jennifer stayed with the neighbor, Mrs. Carmen, who charged me $50 a week. Money I often didn't have. I remember counting coins at the supermarket, calculating if I could buy milk and eggs in the same week. Jennifer didn't know, but there were nights when I only had toast for dinner so she could eat a full meal. When she was 12 and wanted piano lessons, I sold my grandmother's wedding ring. When she needed braces at 15, I took out a loan at the bank using my car as collateral. High school graduation, special dress, party, everything financed with the credit card that took me 2 years to pay off. College was the biggest challenge. Jennifer wanted to study marketing at the University of Miami, one of the most expensive in the region. "Mom, it's my dream. You can't deny me this." She cried when I suggested a cheaper university. I worked 3 jobs during her 4 years of college: secretary, cleaning, and I also started doing housekeeping on weekends. My social life disappeared completely. Friends stopped inviting me out because I always said I couldn't spend money or was busy working. I borrowed $28,000 for college. Jennifer graduated without owing anything to anyone while I was still paying the loan 3 years later. At 26, she announced her engagement to James. She dreamed of a fairy tale wedding at a resort in Key Largo. The budget, $52,000. "Mom, it's the most important day of my life. You always said you'd do anything for me." I refinanced the house. I took out a personal loan. I used all my emergency savings. The wedding was beautiful. All 300 guests praised the party. The photos were perfect for Instagram. Jennifer was radiant. I was broke and exhausted, but happy to see her fulfilled. Then came the small requests: help with the apartment down payment, furniture for the new house, the car when James lost his job for 6 months. There was always an emergency, always a reason why they needed my help. Just this once. I finished adding everything up when the sun was rising. For 35 years, I had invested $183,400 in Jennifer's life, not counting the extra work hours, the lost nights of sleep, the relationships I could never build because I was always busy being the perfect mother. And at Christmas 2024, she gave me $15 slippers. I sat there looking at those numbers and finally understood something important. I had created a monster, not out of malice, but out of excessive love. Jennifer never learned the value of things because I always made sure she never needed anything. It was time for her to learn. I took a shower, dressed in my best clothes, and waited for the bank to open. I had important decisions to make, and for the first time in decades, those decisions would be about me. During that endless dawn, while reviewing documents and bank statements, something beyond the numbers began to become clear to me. It wasn't just about the money I had spent. It was about the dreams I had abandoned along the way. I found my old student ID from Florida International University. Yes, I also had academic dreams once. I wanted to be a landscape designer, work with gardens and environmental projects. I had even started the course in 1989, but when Gary left me, I had to drop out in the second semester. I never went back. I also found old photos of me painting watercolors. It was my favorite hobby before Jennifer was born. I used to spend hours painting the landscapes of Miami Beach at sunset. The canvases were still stored in the attic, dusty, forgotten for decades. And what about relationships? I found a Valentine's Day card from 2018 from Mr. Martinez. No, we weren't related, just a coincidence of surnames. He was a widower, kind, took me dancing at the Cuban Community Center. Jennifer didn't like him. Mom, do you really need to go out with that boring old man? What if you marry him and he wants to keep your house? I ended the relationship 2 weeks later. As always, I put Jennifer's insecurities above my happiness. The list of sacrifices seemed infinite. How many times did I say, I can't. I need to help Jennifer. When friends invited me on trips, how many extension courses did I skip because the money went to Jennifer's projects? I especially remember 2019 when Jennifer and James wanted to change apartments. They wanted something more modern in Brick Hill. I was excited because I had enrolled in a landscaping course at Miami-Dade College, finally resuming my old dream. Mom, we need $20,000 for the down payment on the new apartment. It's a unique opportunity. Jennifer came home crying dramatically. I canceled the course and lent the money. I never enrolled in anything again. While calculating the emotional costs of those years, I realized something terrible. I had become a person without my own identity. Patricia existed only as Jennifer's mother. I had no hobbies, no independent social circle, no dreams of my own. And Jennifer? She had become a 42-year-old woman who had never faced real difficulty in life. When the car broke down, she called me. When money ran short at the end of the month, I was there. When she needed emotional validation or someone to listen to her complaints about James, guess who got the call at 11 at night? I had created an emotional and financial dependent. And worse, I had become dependent on her need for me. I felt useful when she needed help. Important when I was the only person who could solve her problems. It was a sick cycle, and the $15 slippers were just the symbol of how toxic this dynamic had become. When I finished my calculations, the sun was already high. I had strong coffee, got ready, and left the house with a determination I hadn't felt in years. I had a clear mission: get my life back. The Chase Bank, where I had maintained my accounts for 23 years, opened at 9 in the morning. I was waiting at the door since 8:40 with a folder full of documents and a handwritten list of the changes I intended to make. "Good morning, Mrs. Patricia. How can I help you today?" asked Jennifer, the manager who had known me since my daughter was a teenager. "I need to make some important changes to my accounts," I replied, placing the folder on her desk. The first step was to cancel the automatic transfers. Every month, $500 automatically left my checking account for the joint account that Jennifer and I had maintained since 2015. She used this money for emergencies, which included everything from manicures to dinner at expensive restaurants. Are you sure, Mrs. Patricia? This transfer has existed for years. Jennifer seemed worried. Absolutely sure. Cancel it today. Next, I removed Jennifer as a beneficiary of my savings account, certificate of deposit, and my small investment account. If something happened to me, the money would go to charities, not to finance more whims. The hardest part was canceling the 2 additional credit cards that Jennifer had in her name, but which were paid by my account. One had a limit of $3,000, the other $5,000. Both were close to the maximum limit. Those cards generate considerable monthly debt, observed Jennifer, looking at the statement. You pay about $800 a month just for those additional card bills. $800 monthly that I didn't even know exactly how they were spent. Jennifer never gave account, just used. And I paid like a fool. Cancel both immediately. Jennifer typed some information. Done. The cards will be disabled within 2 hours. The last change was the most symbolic. I closed the joint account I maintained with Jennifer since she got married. In that account, I deposited money for family emergencies. Jennifer withdrew freely without ever consulting me. Would you like to transfer the balance to your personal account? Asked Jennifer. I looked at the statement. $2,300. Money I had intended for Jennifer's needs, but which would now be mine again. Yes, transfer everything to my savings. When I left the bank, I felt something I hadn't experienced in decades. Financial freedom. For the first time in years, every cent in my account was truly mine. I went straight home and called the insurance company. I removed Jennifer as a beneficiary of my life insurance policy. Then I called my accountant and scheduled an appointment for the following week. I wanted to review my will. Jennifer called at 2:15 in the afternoon. Mom, my card was declined at the supermarket. How embarrassing. What happened? Her voice had that tone of indignation she used when things didn't go as expected. As if I had an obligation to keep her life running perfectly. I canceled the additional cards, dear. Silence on the other end of the line. Canceled? Why? I need to shop for New Year's. James invited friends for dinner at home. Jennifer, you're 42 years old. You've been married for 16 years. I think it's time for you to take on your own expenses. Mom, have you gone crazy? You can't do this to me. I need that money. Need or want? Another pause. I could imagine Jennifer on the other side trying to process that her mother, for the first time in her life, had said no. I'm coming over now. We need to talk. No, Jennifer, we're not going to talk about this. My decision is made. I hung up before she could respond. 15 minutes later, she was banging on my door like crazy. When I opened it, her eyes were red with anger and desperation. Mom, you can't do this to me. We're family. You've always helped me, and I'll continue helping when it's really necessary. But $65,000 for a car for your mother-in-law while giving me $15 slippers isn't necessity, Jennifer. It's disrespect. She went white. She finally understood what had been the trigger. Was it because of the gift? Mom, I didn't have much money at the time. You had $65,000 for Ruth, but that was different. It was different because I'm your mother and you think you can treat me like garbage. Jennifer started crying. Not the manipulative tears I knew well, but real panic crying. For the first time in her life, she was facing real consequences for her actions. Please, Mom, don't do this. I need you. Do you need me or do you need my money? She couldn't answer. That afternoon, for the first time in decades, I closed the door on my adult daughter and didn't feel guilty. I felt relief. Jennifer didn't give up easily. In the 5 days that followed, she developed a psychological warfare strategy that impressed me with its creativity and saddened me with its manipulation. It started with the calls. 28 calls on the first day after our conversation. I counted because I was curious to see how far she would go. I only answered 3. In the first, she tried the victim tone. Mom, I can't sleep. I'm getting sick from crying so much. You're the only family I have. In the second, she went for emotional blackmail. Remember when I was 8 and you promised you'd always take care of me? You're breaking your promise. In the third and last one I answered, she tried intimidation. James is furious. He said, "If you don't back down, we'll have to review our entire relationship." I hung up and put the phone on silent. When the calls didn't work, she showed up at my door on New Year's Eve with a different strategy. Weaponized nostalgia. "I brought some old photos for us to look at together," she said, forcing a smile while holding a shoebox full of photographs. I let her in, curious to see what was coming. For an hour, she showed childhood photos. Jennifer in my lap at 2 years old. The two of us at the beach when she was 10. High school graduation, the wedding. With each photo, a calculated comment. "Look how happy we were, Mom. It's just us two against the world. Remember? You were the best mother a daughter could have. Why are you throwing it all away now? Dad abandoned us. But you always said we would never abandon each other." It was an impressive performance. If I hadn't spent that week reflecting on our dynamic, it might have worked. But now I could see the manipulation behind every word. "Jennifer," I interrupted in the middle of a story about how I used to make special pancakes for her on Sundays. "Do you realize you haven't mentioned once how I felt when I got 65,000 Shaloop down. 15 slippers after investing 180,000 in your life?" She blinked, clearly uncomfortable with the change of focus. "Mom, I already apologized for the gift." "When you apologized?" "When? Because I don't remember." Silence. "Jennifer, do you know how much I spent on your education?" "I don't. We never calculated." 28,000 just for college. 52,000 on your wedding. 15,000 on your car. "Do you know how much you spent on your mother-in-law this Christmas?" 65,000. "And on me?" She looked down. 15. "And you think the problem is me throwing everything away or you never learning to value me?" Jennifer started crying again, but this time I didn't feel like comforting her. I felt sorry for her. Sorry that she had reached 42 without ever developing real empathy. She left my house that night without being able to convince me of anything. The next strategy was to involve the extended family. I should have predicted this knowing Jennifer. She called my sister Rosa, who lives in Orlando. "Patricia has gone crazy," she must have said, because Rosa called me on January the 2nd very worried. "Patricia dear, Jennifer told me you two fought. She's desperate. She said you cut off all her financial help at once. Don't you think that was too radical? Rosa always had an easier life than mine. She married a man who never abandoned her. Had 2 children who became independent adults. For her, my problems with Jennifer were just a family misunderstanding." "Rosa, do you know that Jennifer earns $15,000 a month at her job?" "I know, but Miami is expensive." "Patricia, she spent $65,000 on a car for her mother-in-law and gave me $15 slippers. Do you think that's normal?" Rosa was quiet for a moment. "Well, when you put it like that, that's exactly how it is, Rosa. It's not a silly fight. It's an adult daughter who never learned to respect me." Then it was my cousin Carmen's turn, who received a tearful call from Jennifer. Carmen called me trying to mediate. "Patricia, family is family. Jennifer made a mistake, but you can solve this by talking." "Carmen, would you lend money to your daughter to buy a luxury car for her mother-in-law?" "Well, no, but then, don't give me advice on how to deal with mine." The most pathetic attempt was when Jennifer called my former boss, Mrs. Mercedes, who was 83 years old and didn't know anything about our situation. "Patricia, dear, your daughter called me worried about you. She said you're going through a difficult phase and rejecting family. Could it be late menopause?" Late menopause? At 68 years old, Jennifer had convinced an elderly lady that I was having hormonal outbursts. "Mrs. Mercedes, with all due respect, Jennifer is lying to you. I'm not rejecting family. I'm rejecting being treated like a financial doormat." The low point came when Jennifer used my grandson, Justin, who is 16 years old. Justin showed up at my house on a Thursday afternoon, clearly embarrassed. "Grandma, can I talk to you?" "Of course." "Honey, want a sandwich?" We sat in the kitchen and I noticed he was nervous, fidgeting with his hands and avoiding my gaze. "Grandma, Mom is very sad. She cries all the time and says you don't love her anymore. My heart tightened. Not for Jennifer, but for Justin, who was being used as a messenger in an adult conflict. Justin, do you know why your mother and I are going through this? She said you fought over money. Did your mother tell you she gave me $15 slippers for Christmas? Justin seemed confused. She said you fought because she couldn't afford to buy you an expensive gift this year. Jennifer had lied even to her own son. Justin, I said, choosing my words carefully. Your mother gave me $15 slippers and on the same day spent $65,000 on a car for your grandmother. Ruth, do you think that's right? His eyes widened. At 16, he already had enough sense of justice to understand the disparity. $65,000 on Grandma Ruth's Tesla. Yes. And for you? $15. Yes. Justin was silent for a few minutes, processing the information. Grandma. Mom asked me to talk to you about forgiving her and going back to helping our family financially. And what do you think? He looked at me with a maturity that surprised me. I think Mom treated you badly, and I think it's wrong for her to use me to try to convince you. I smiled at my grandson. At least one person in this family had developed good sense. Justin, I didn't stop loving your mother, but I stopped accepting being disrespected by her. Do you understand the difference? I understand, Grandma. When he left, I knew Jennifer would try other tactics. But I also knew that each manipulation attempt only confirmed that I had made the right decision. Some people don't change until they're forced to change. Jennifer was about to learn this lesson the hard way. The conversation with Justin made me realize something disturbing. Jennifer was willing to use even her own son to manipulate me. This showed me that she saw our situation not as an opportunity for reflection and growth, but as a war she needed to win at any cost. 2 days after Justin's visit, Jennifer showed up at my door with a completely different strategy. She was accompanied by James, who rarely got involved in our family affairs. Patricia, said James, using a formal tone he had never used with me before. We need to have an adult conversation about this situation. James had always been a man who preferred the easy path. During the 16 years of marriage to Jennifer, he got used to letting me solve the couple's financial problems. It was more convenient to accept my help than to face real-life difficulties. Jennifer told me her version of the facts, he continued. But I believe there's a misunderstanding here. We're a family, Patricia. Family doesn't abandon family. I looked at him with genuine curiosity. James, did you know Jennifer spent $65,000 on your mother's car? Of course, I knew it was my idea. Actually, my mother deserved a special gift. And you thought it was fair for her to give me $15 slippers? James seemed uncomfortable for the first time. Well, finances were tight after buying the car, James. Together, you earn more than $20,000 a month. Jennifer earns $15,000 as a marketing manager. You earn $8,000 as a financial analyst. How can finances be tight? He exchanged a look with Jennifer, who seemed mortified that I knew the details of their financial life. Patricia, what matters is that we've been family for decades. You've always supported us, and we've always respected you. Respected? I interrupted. James, when was the last time you invited me for dinner at your house without asking to borrow money? Silence. When was the last time you remembered my birthday without me having to remind you? More silence. When was the last time you asked how I am? If I need anything? James looked at Jennifer, clearly lost. Jennifer, in turn, started crying again. See, you can't even answer. For years, I existed only as a source of resources. Now that I've turned off the tap, you've discovered you need to treat me like a person. James tried one last card. Patricia, if you don't back down from this decision, maybe it's better if we keep our distance for a while. Jennifer is very hurt, and your presence only makes things worse. It was a threat disguised as concern. They were blackmailing me with the possibility of cutting me off from family life. I understand, I replied calmly. You're telling me you only want my company if it comes with my money? It's not that. James started to stumble. James, it's exactly that, James. And you know what? I accept the proposal. Keep your distance. Maybe then you'll learn to solve your own problems. Jennifer sobbed louder. Mom, you can't be serious. I'm very serious. Get out of my house. They left and James slammed the door hard. A 45-year-old man throwing a tantrum. That night, something crystallized in my mind. I had spent decades creating infantile adults. Jennifer had never faced real consequences because I always appeared to solve everything. James got used to having a mother-in-law bank because it was convenient. But what disturbed me most was realizing that Justin was observing this pattern. At 16, he was already learning that family women exist to solve other people's problems, that it was normal to use emotional blackmail to get what you want. If I didn't cut this cycle now, Justin would grow up thinking it was normal to treat women like emotional and financial doormats. This realization gave me even more strength to maintain my decision. It was during a walk in Bayfront Park 3 weeks after Christmas that I met Carmen. Carmen had been my best friend until Jennifer turned 15, when I started canceling our meetings to work weekends or to solve some crisis of my daughter's. Patricia, my God, it's been so long. Carmen hugged me with the genuine affection I had forgotten existed. We sat on a bench facing the bay and she told me about recent years. She had divorced at 55, gone back to school, graduated in nursing, and now worked at Jackson Memorial Hospital. At 65, Carmen had a full life, friends, hobbies, even a boyfriend. And you, Patricia, how's life? And Jennifer? The simple question opened a floodgate. I told everything. Christmas, the slippers, the Tesla, the manipulation attempts, my decision to cut financial support. Carmen listened in silence, shaking her head from time to time. Patricia, she said finally, do you remember why we stopped seeing each other? I remember. I was always busy with Jennifer. Do you remember the last time I tried to invite you out? I thought for a moment. No, it was a long time ago. It was in 2019. My daughter Patricia was getting married. I invited you to be my companion at the wedding because you're my oldest friend. Do you know what you answered? I didn't remember, but from Carmen's tone, it hadn't been a good answer. You said, I can't, Carmen. Jennifer is going through a difficult phase in her marriage and needs me every weekend to talk. Patricia, your daughter was 38 years old. The memory came back like a punch. Jennifer was fighting with James because he wanted her to go back to work after 2 years of finding herself. I spent entire Saturdays listening to her complain and asking me for advice on how to deal with an insensitive husband. Patricia, you lost decades of your life being mother to an adult. And you know what's the saddest part? Jennifer never thanked you for it. On the contrary, she treated you like a paid employee to solve her life. But she's my daughter and I have children, too. Patricia and Roberto. Do you know the difference? When they turned 18, I made it clear they would be independent adults. Of course, I help when there are real emergencies, but I don't support their lifestyle or solve problems they can solve themselves. Carmen told me how she raised independent children. Patricia graduated in engineering, works at a solar energy company, and has her own house. Roberto is a history teacher and father of 2 children. Both have healthy relationships with their mother, but don't depend on her to function as adults. Patricia, do your children call you to chat or only when they need something? The question hit me like an arrow. I tried to remember the last time Jennifer called me just to see how I was, to tell a joke, to share something good that had happened to her. I couldn't remember any time. Jennifer only calls me when she has problems, I admitted. And do you have friends besides me? No. I lost touch with everyone over the years. Hobbies? No. Romantic relationships? I ended things with Mr. Martinez because Jennifer didn't like him. Carmen took my hands. Patricia, you didn't just lose money with Jennifer. You lost your identity, your relationships, your dreams. At 68, you don't know who you are besides Jennifer's mother. I started crying there on the bench, but they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of recognition. Carmen was right about everything. It's never too late to start over, she said. I divorced at 55 and built a new life. You can do the same at 68. But Jennifer is a 42-year-old adult. If she can't live without financial help from her mother at that age, the problem is hers, not yours. We spent 2 hours talking on that bench. Carmen told me about her salsa classes, her book club, the trips she took with the neighborhood senior citizens club. Patricia, when was the last time you did something just because you wanted to without thinking if Jennifer would approve? I couldn't answer. When we said goodbye, Carmen gave me her updated number. Call me when you want to resume our friendship for real, but only when you're ready to be Patricia, not just Jennifer's mother. I walked home with a strange feeling. For the first time in decades, I was curious about who Patricia could become if she stopped existing only in function of another person. The conversation with Carmen was the push I needed to start rebuilding my identity. For the first time in decades, I began asking myself, what does Patricia want to do today? Instead of, what does Jennifer need from me today? The first thing I did was call Miami-Dade College and ask about landscaping courses. The girl who answered was very kind when I explained that I was 68 years old and wanted to resume an old dream. We have a special program for non-traditional students, she said. Classes start in March and you can still enroll. March, 2 months away. For the first time in years, I had something to look forward to that didn't involve solving other people's problems. I also signed up for watercolor classes at the Coral Gables Community Center every Thursday from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. The teacher, Mr. Yeppy, was 80 years old and had the energy of a 20-year-old. Art has no age, he said when I mentioned I was rusty. It only has passion. I found my old canvases in the attic. 23 watercolors I had painted between 1985 and 1992 before life completely swallowed me. Some were damaged by humidity, but most were still perfect. Looking at those works, I remembered who I was before becoming just Jennifer's mother. I was an artist, someone who saw beauty in the colors of sunset over Biscayne Bay, someone who could capture morning light on palm leaves. I hung 2 watercolors in the living room, one of the Cape Florida Lighthouse and another of the Coconut Grove Marina. For the first time in years, my house reflected my personality, not just functionality. Carmen invited me to the Thursday walking group at Crandon Park. I met Maria, a 62-year-old widow who had gone back to study psychology at 55. I also met Esperanza, divorced at 60, who opened a small plant store and was fulfilling her dream of working with gardening. Our lives don't end at 60, said Maria during one of our walks. Actually, for many of us, it's when they finally begin. I started learning Italian online. I always wanted to visit Tuscany, but there was never money for trips because I was always financing Jennifer's dreams. Now, with the $500 monthly I stopped transferring to her, plus the $800 I saved by canceling the additional cards, I had $1,300 extra dollars per month. For the first time in my adult life, I had money for my own dreams. I bought a ticket to Rome for October. 7 months in advance to plan, study Italian, and prepare for the adventure I always wanted to live. During these months of rediscovery, Jennifer kept her distance as James had promised. Occasionally, I received text messages trying to reestablish contact. Mom, I miss you. I'm thinking about you. Can we talk? I always responded the same way. When you're ready for an adult-to-adult relationship based on mutual respect, I'll be here. Her responses invariably returned to the same theme: money and how difficult life was without my help. In April, Jennifer finally showed the real consequences of having to live without my financial support. I received a call from Justin, clearly distressed. Grandma, can I talk to you? I'm confused about some things happening at home. We arranged to meet at the McDonald's near his school. Justin had grown in recent months. He was taller and with a deeper voice, but mainly seemed more emotionally mature. Grandma, my parents are fighting a lot. Dad keeps complaining that Mom spent too much money and that now he has to pay the bills alone. Mom cries and says you abandoned them. Justin, do you know how much your parents earn per month? Not exactly, but I know it's a lot. Mom always talked about earning more than most of her friends. They earn together more than $20,000 per month. That's more than many families earn in an entire year. Justin's eyes widened. $20,000 per month? Yes. So, tell me, why do you think they're having financial difficulties? Justin was thoughtful. At 16, He already worked part-time at a sports store and understood the value of money better than his own parents. Grandma, yesterday, Dad fought with Mom because she bought a $1,500 purse. He said now they need to cut expenses and that she can't spend like before. And what do you think about that? I think it's strange because I always saw Mom buying expensive things. I thought you were very rich. Justin, your mother was always supported by me when you needed something expensive. Who paid was me. Family vacations, house renovations, new cars. I always helped with everything. So Mom never had to really manage money. Exactly. And now at 42, she's learning that she can't spend $15,000 per month when she earns $15,000 per month. Justin laughed, but it was a sad laugh. Grandma, Mom is talking about selling the BMW and buying a cheaper car. Dad wants her to look for a job that pays more, but she doesn't want to leave her current company. It was exactly what I expected to happen. Jennifer was being forced to make adult choices for the first time in her life. How do you feel about all this, Justin? Confused. Mom says you're mean and that you abandoned our family. But Dad says Mom spent your money as if it were hers and that was always wrong. And you? What do you think? Justin looked at me with a seriousness that impressed me. Grandma, remember when I was 12 and wanted a PlayStation 5? You said I had to work and save money to buy it. Remember. I remember. Took me 8 months collecting money, cutting grass, and washing cars. When I finally bought it, I took care of it like it was gold. It never broke. I never dropped it. Always stored it properly. And so my friend Jake got the same PlayStation as a gift from his parents. He broke the controller in 3 months because he didn't take care of it. He didn't value it because it cost him nothing to get it. Justin paused, organizing his thoughts. I think Mom is like Jake. She never had to work to get things, so she doesn't value them. And I think you're right to make her learn. My 16-year-old grandson had understood something that my 42-year-old daughter was still struggling to accept. Justin, your parents used you to try to convince me to back down from my decision. How did you feel about that? It was strange and annoying. I felt like I was in the middle of an adult fight where I shouldn't be. And how do you feel now that you understand the situation better? I feel that Dad and Mom need to solve their own problems. And I feel that you deserve to be treated better. I hugged my grandson in that McDonald's and for the first time in months felt I had done the right thing. If a 16-year-old child could understand basic concepts of respect and responsibility, there was no excuse for 2 adults in their 40s not understanding. Justin, you'll always be my grandson, and I'll always love you. But I won't solve problems that your parents can solve themselves anymore. Do you understand? I understand, Grandma. I left that meeting with the certainty that I was raising a responsible adult, even if I couldn't do the same with his mother. In September, 7 months after the Christmas that changed everything, Jennifer appeared at my door on a Thursday afternoon. She was different, thinner with dark circles, simpler clothes. For the first time in years, she seemed genuinely vulnerable, not performative vulnerability. Mom, can I come in? I need to talk to you. I let her in but kept my guard up. In recent months, I had learned to distinguish between genuinely repentant Jennifer and Jennifer trying to manipulate me. We sat in the living room and she looked around, noticing the changes. The watercolors on the walls, the Italian books on the coffee table, the new plants I had started growing. The house is different, she commented. More yours. Thank you. Jennifer took a deep breath. Mom, I came here to apologize. Really, this time. I'm listening. James and I are getting divorced. The news surprised me, although it made sense. Relationships built on financial convenience rarely survive when the money runs out. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. And it was true. Despite everything, I didn't want Jennifer to suffer. No, Mom, you were right. Our marriage only worked because there was always your help to solve our problems. When the money ended, we discovered we had nothing else in common. Jennifer told me how the last months had been a brutal awakening. Without my financial support, they had to sell the BMW and buy a used Honda Civic. They canceled the expensive gym and enrolled in a neighborhood one. They stopped eating out 3 times a week. James started blaming me for everything. He said I was wasteful, irresponsible, that you had spoiled me too much. I got furious because he also took advantage of your gifts. He was the one who suggested buying the car for his mother. And how did you deal with these differences? Badly. We started fighting about everything. He wanted me to look for a better job. But I like my current work. He wanted to sell the house and move to a smaller apartment. I didn't want to. Every conversation turned into an argument about money. Jennifer paused, wiping her eyes. The last straw was when he said I needed to grow up and stop expecting Mom to solve everything. I yelled that you had abandoned me when I needed you most. He replied that I had never really needed you, just your money. And what did you answer? Nothing, because I realized he was right. This admission surprised me. In recent months, Jennifer had shown small signs of maturity. But this was the first time she openly acknowledged her dependence. Mom, I need to ask you something, but it's not what you're thinking. What is it? I need you not to help me financially. Not now. Not when the divorce comes through. I looked at her with curiosity. This wasn't the Jennifer I knew. Why? Because I'm 42 years old and I've never learned to really live alone. Whenever I had a problem, I called you. Whenever I wanted something expensive, I knew you'd find a way. I was never forced to make difficult choices or to grow as a person. Jennifer got up and went to the window, looking at the garden I had started renovating. You know what scared me most in recent months? When James left me, my first impulse was to call you asking for help to hire an expensive lawyer to rent an apartment in Coral Gables to maintain my lifestyle. But you didn't call. No. And you know why? Because I remembered what you said. That at 42, I should be able to solve my own problems. And did you manage? I'm managing. I hired a lawyer who accepts installment payments. I'm moving to a one-bedroom apartment in Westchester. It's not glamorous, but it's what I can afford alone. I'm going to split the house with James 50-50 and use my part to start over. For the first time in months, I felt genuine pride in my daughter. Jennifer, how are you feeling about all this? Scared, she admitted, but also free. For the first time in my life, I'm going to live alone, pay my own bills, make my own decisions. It'll be difficult, but it'll also be mine. And Justin will stay with me on Thursdays and weekends with James the rest of the week. We talked to him about the situation, and he said something that marked me. What? He said he was proud of me for finally learning to be an adult. Imagine my 16-year-old son having to congratulate me for growing up. We laughed together, but it was a melancholic laugh. Mom, I came here to apologize for Christmas, for the slippers, for all the years I treated you like a personal bank. I came to apologize for taking 42 years to value everything you did for me. Jennifer, let me finish. I also came to ask forgiveness for trying to manipulate you, for using Justin, for mobilizing the whole family against you. You were right and I was wrong. I was silent for a moment, processing this version of my daughter I had never known. Jennifer, you hurt me a lot, not just at Christmas, but for years. I lost myself trying to be the perfect mother who solved everything. I know, and I'm sorry, but I feel proud of you now. For the first time in years, you're talking like a responsible adult. Jennifer started crying, but they were different tears from what I had seen in recent months. Can I ask you a question, Mom? Of course. Can you forgive me? Not now. I know it'll take time, but eventually, Jennifer, I forgive you now because you finally understood. We hugged that afternoon, and for the first time in decades, it was a hug between two adult women, not between a mother and a dependent daughter. Today is December 2025, 1 year after that Christmas that changed our lives forever. I'm writing this story at my new desk, surrounded by plants I grew myself and watercolors I painted in recent months. Jennifer kept her word. She didn't ask me for financial help once during the year. She moved to a small but charming apartment in Westchester, decorated with thrift store furniture and plants I taught her to care for. She learned to cook. At 42, she discovered she likes making homemade pasta. The divorce came through in October. It was civilized because both had their own assets and there were no major disputes. James moved to an apartment in Aventura and started dating a coworker 2 months later. Jennifer didn't mind. She said she realized she had never truly loved James, just the security he represented. Justin is thriving. At 17, he got a partial scholarship to study engineering at Florida International University. He works part-time at a computer store and saves money to buy his first car. He has dinner with me every Thursday and tells me about his plans for the future. "Grandma," he said last week, "thank you for teaching Mom to grow up. Now she's much nicer to live with." Carmen and I completely resumed our friendship. We're part of the same walking group, book club, and we're planning a trip together to Portugal next year. At 69, I have a more active social life than when I was 40. I finished the landscaping course with the best grade in the class. Now I have a small garden design business for residences. It's not much money, but it's my work, the result of my passion and competence. The trip to Italy in October was transformative. I spent 3 weeks visiting Rome, Florence, and small towns in Tuscany. I spoke Italian with locals, painted watercolors of medieval landscapes, ate gelato every day without guilt. At 69, I lived the adventure I dreamed of my whole life. I have a boyfriend now. Henry is 71, retired from the Navy, and I met him in the Italian group. We meet twice a week for dinner and to talk about books, travel, and future plans. We don't live together. At 69, I value my independence too much to give it up. Jennifer used the year to discover herself, too. She started therapy, signed up for dance classes, and made new friends. She's dating a history teacher she met at a bookstore. A simple man who earns less than her and whom she's learning to love for the person he is, not for what he can offer. "Mom," she said at our last lunch together, "thank you for forcing me to grow up. I know it hurt, but it was the best gift you ever gave me." James maintained contact only through Justin. I heard he and his new girlfriend are having financial problems because she's also a spender. Some men never learn. Rosa, my sister, apologized for trying to convince me to back down from my decision. "You were right about Jennifer," she admitted. Carmen, my cousin, also acknowledged she had misjudged the situation. "Family isn't an obligation to finance irresponsibility," she said at the last family gathering. Justin continues being my favorite grandson. Actually, my only grandson. He learned valuable lessons watching our family go through this transformation. At 17, he already has more emotional maturity than many 40-year-old adults. Ruth, my former mother-in-law, lost the Tesla. James couldn't keep up with the payments after the divorce and had to return the car. I heard she was furious and blamed Jennifer for the end of the family's generosity. Some people really don't deserve expensive gifts. As for me, I discovered that Patricia always existed underneath Jennifer's mother. She just needed space to breathe and grow. At 69, I have hobbies, friends, professional projects, a romantic relationship, and most importantly, self-esteem. I don't regret anything I did for Jennifer during all those years. I was a loving mother doing what I thought was best. But I also don't regret saying enough when I realized my love was being transformed into fuel for irresponsibility. The best part is that Jennifer and I now have a real relationship. We talk about books, work, relationships, dreams. She asks me for advice as an adult, not as a dependent. She invites me for dinner at her house, modest but made with love, and cooks for me instead of expecting me to solve her life. Sometimes she still calls me when she's sad or confused, but now they're conversations between two women who support each other mutually, not a daughter transferring responsibilities to her mother. This story began with $15 slippers and an ungrateful daughter. It ends with two independent women who finally learn to love and respect each other truly. If you're reading this and recognize yourself in my story, whether as an overly giving mother or as an overly dependent child, know that it's never too late to change. Dignity has no price, and self-esteem is non-negotiable. Sometimes the greatest act of love is saying no. Now on to the next story. Story 3. To avoid being bothered, I told the me and girls that I was the bad boy's girlfriend. Since then, I made sure they saw me near him every day, pretending we were close. One day, the leader of the mean girls dragged me to a secluded spot behind the bleachers. Lying the bad boy's girlfriend? Who do you think you're fooling with all those lies? Suddenly, the bad boy himself, Andres, appeared with his hands in his pockets and pulled me close to him. My girl, you want to mess with hers? My homeroom teacher, Mr. Martinez, called me into the hallway. How about switching rooms with Laura? Laura was originally in room 302, but it was full of mean girls. They had played cruel pranks on her, pushed her, and even locked her in the bathroom to scare her. She couldn't take it anymore and reported them, but the school did nothing. They only offered to switch a room, and the unlucky replacement, me. You're here on a full scholarship, Clara. It wasn't easy to get into the school. We're having some issues with room assignments, and as class president, you should set an example. Mr. Martinez made it clear. It was obvious everyone else was rich and influential, with parents who could make life difficult for the school. I was the poor one, the easy target. If I went to 302, I would end up like Laura or even worse. I spent the whole lunch period feeling anxious, trying to find a solution. Then, Andres, the school's bad boy, entered through the back door with his crew, slamming it shut behind them. I had an idea. Andres was 6 feet 1 inch in with an attractive and rebellious look that screamed trouble. He was a man of few words, but those words were usually sharp. If he could walk with me to 32, even just once, the mean girls might have to be at least a little nicer to me, at least for a few days. I took my completed English homework and approached Andre, placing it in front of him. Here's today's homework. Andre, absorbed in his mobile game, barely looked up. I moved the sheet closer. It looked like he was about to tear it up, but then he noticed it was already done. Finally, he looked at me. I kept my gaze down. Andre, Mr. Martinez wants you to help me move rooms this afternoon. Andre paused and then silently nodded. The bad boy could smoke, get into fights, and have questionable fashion sense, but in class he was just another student. Helping a girl move wasn't embarrassing, especially when she had bribed him with a completed assignment. That afternoon, I led Onra carrying my bags and boxes to room 302. I inserted the key and opened the door. Valeria, the queen bee of the mean girls, was sitting in a chair surrounded by her CCK like some kind of kangaroo court. Clara, right? In room 302, you follow my rules. I had anticipated that. I let out a slight sigh and stopped at the door. Why are you stopping? Come in. Andres, carrying my things without a care, entered without hesitation. The mean girls froze. What rules? Can we put this on the desk? Andres didn't even bother to look at them as he set my things on the desk. Valeria stammered. As sure. Andre ignored her. He took the rest of my stuff from the hallway, including my bathroom items and mini fridge, and placed them in the bathroom before leaving. I ran after him. Want to have dinner later? No. Well, make sure to show up at the study hall after dinner. Mr. Martinez has been watching you. I reminded him softly, watching him disappear before closing the door behind me, pretending to be reluctant. The atmosphere in the room had completely changed. You're close to Aunt Grace. What's up with you? I offered a shy smile, letting the silence speak for itself. The mean girl's eyes now showed a clear hint of awe. They could bully regular girls, but Andre's girl? That was trouble. I unpacked my things, placing my water bottle in the most convenient spot on the counter. A small victory. The next few days in 302 were surprisingly peaceful. Everyone was much kinder than I had expected. Then, at lunch, I ran into Valeria in the cafeteria, eating alone. Where's Andre? My heart skipped a beat. She was getting suspicious. Just then, Andre and his friends walked out of the gym. I tucked my hair behind my ear and smiled sweetly. Playing basketball as always. Honestly, he plays so much that sometimes he forgets to eat. I ran to the vending machine, bought a Gatorade, and walked over to Andre. Thanks for helping me move the other day, I murmured, placing the drink in his hands before quickly walking away, pretending to be shy. His friends started joking and laughing. Andre might have been tough, but he was undeniably attractive, and girls were always trying to get his attention. To him, I was probably just another girl trying to protect herself, but to me, every little gesture mattered. Seeing Andres holding the drink I had given him without complaining, hearing his friends laugh, gave me the false sense that my strategy was working perfectly. I kept pretending to be comfortable with a slight smile on my face, while Valeria watched me from afar, her eyes narrow with suspicion. In the days that followed, I maintained the act as carefully as possible. I always made sure to be nearby when Andre was around, without seeming too desperate or obvious. A few words exchanged here, a discreet glance there, and the illusion stayed alive. The mean girls, who used to be so intimidating, now kept their distance as if I had some kind of invisible protection. But I knew it wouldn't last forever, and I was right. That afternoon, as I returned to the dorm after literature class, I sensed an unusual presence in the hallway. My instincts told me to run, but before I could react, Valeria and her followers cornered me near the fire escape. "You think we're idiots, Clara?" Valeria hissed, crossing her arms while her friends blocked any way out. "You and Andres, there's nothing between you two. He barely even looks at you." I swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. "I don't know what you're talking about." She laughed, a cold and cruel sound. "Oh, please. Andres may be rude, but he's not blind. Do you really think someone like him would waste his time with someone like you?" Before I could respond, I felt a tug on my arm, shoving me against the wall with force. One of the girls grabbed my hair, twisting it painfully. My heart pounded, but I couldn't scream. Not there, where no one would care. "You think you can play with us, Clara?" Valeria leaned in closer to my face. "Do you think I'll show up and save you now?" I tried to break free, but another shove set me to the ground. My hands burned as they scraped against the rough concrete, and I tasted blood when I accidentally bit my lip. I curled up, bracing for the worst, but after one last kick to my backpack, Valeria stepped back, satisfied. "Don't worry, we won't do anything for now, but if you keep up this little act, Clara," she lowered her voice and whispered near my ear, "we'll make sure no one believes you anymore." They left laughing, leaving me on the floor trembling. Took me a while to pull myself together, getting up slowly and feeling the pain spreading through my body. When I finally got back to the dorm, I avoided the mirror. I didn't want to see the marks. The next morning, I tried to hide the bruises as best as I could, wearing long sleeves and cheap makeup, but I couldn't completely conceal the cut on my lip. I walked through the cafeteria with my head down, but Andre saw me. He always seemed like he wasn't paying attention to anything, but in that moment his eyes met mine, and for a fraction of a second he really saw me. He dropped his tray on the table and walked over to me, stopping by my side with an expression I had never seen before. Andre looked me up and down and narrowed his eyes. Before I could say anything, he grabbed my arm firmly and pulled up my sleeve, revealing the purple bruises I had tried to hide. "Who did this?" His voice was low but filled with something dangerous. I tried to pull my arm away, but he held it tighter, forcing me to look at him. My heart was pounding so fast I thought I might faint right there. It's nothing. I just fell." I tried to lie, but his gaze silenced me instantly. Without saying another word, he turned and stormed across the cafeteria. I knew where he was going, and before I could react, Andres was already at Valia's table. The entire cafeteria went silent as he slammed his hand on the table, leaning over her. "If I find out you touched her again, you'll regret it." His voice was low but carried a real threat. Valeria let out a nervous laugh, but her eyes showed fear. The other girls couldn't even look at him. "Andres, you know that—" "Shut up." He cut her off, staring her down. "I said don't touch her. This is your warning." With that, he walked away, grabbing his tray and leaving as if nothing had happened. The entire cafeteria remained silent, with all eyes on me. I wanted to disappear, but at the same time, a strange feeling took over me. For the first time, Andre had done something for me without me asking. He cared somehow. After that day, something changed between us. He started being around more present. He didn't talk much, but he always appeared when I needed him. When the girls gave me dirty looks, just one glance from Andre was enough to make them look away, and suddenly I didn't have to pretend so much anymore. I started observing him differently. There was something more to him beyond the rebellious look and tough attitude. He had a strange way of showing concern, but it was real, and I, who once only used him for protection, started to wonder, what if he really cared? Slowly, we start running into each other more often. Short conversations became more frequent, and I began to realize that Andre was more than just the bad boy of the school. He was a person with his own problems, insecurities, and maybe, in some way, starting to care about me too. Since that day in the cafeteria, something between Andre and me changed, even if neither of us admitted it out loud. He started showing up more often in the places I usually hung out. It wasn't like he was actively looking for me, but somehow we always ended up close to each other. I didn't have to pretend as much anymore. His presence felt natural, almost as if he had always been there. At first, I tried to keep things the way they were, maintaining the safe distance I had set for myself, but it was hard when he looked at me that way, with those deep eyes that seemed to see beyond the facade I tried to maintain. He wasn't much of a talker, but his actions spoke louder than any words. Small gestures like holding the door for me, staying close when the girls from room 302 tried to glare at me, or even sharing a comfortable silence when we found ourselves sitting in the same corner of the library. One night, while I was trying to finish an essay in the library, Andre appeared out of nowhere, dropping his backpack onto the chair beside me and staring at my laptop screen. "What are you writing?" he asked in a low, husky voice, resting his chin on his hand. I tried not to seem nervous about his proximity. "Literature essay. I have to finish it by tomorrow." He nodded, not taking his eyes off the screen. "Sounds boring." I laugh, surprising even myself. "Yeah, a little." To my surprise, he stayed there, watching me type, occasionally making short comments about the music playing in my headphones or how annoying the teacher was. It was strange but also comforting. Little by little, Andres became a constant in my life, and the barrier I had built around myself began to crack. One afternoon, while I was organizing some things in my locker, I heard his voice behind me. "I'll pick you up after class today." I turned around, confused. "Pick me up for what?" He shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. "You need to get out a little. Let's take a walk." My first instinct was to say no. I never went out, always staying in the dorm or focusing on my studies, but the casual way he said it made me hesitate. There was something about him that made me want to say yes. "All right," I murmured, pretending to be indifferent, but my heart was pounding. When class ended, he was waiting for me by the exit, leaning against the wall like he didn't have a single care in the world. We walked without rushing, and soon we were far from school in a quiet park. We sat on a bench, and Andres, always silent, pulled out a candy from his pocket and offered it to me. I accepted, feeling a strange sensation in my chest. "Have you always been this quiet?" I asked, playing with a candy wrapper. He glanced at me sideways, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Only when there's nothing to say." I chuckled softly. "I thought bad boys were supposed to be louder." He let out a light laugh, and for the first time, I noticed how rare and genuine it sounded. "Not everything they say about me is true." I stayed quiet, letting his words sink in. Somehow, it seemed obvious now. Andre wasn't just the bad boy of the school. He had layers, and more I wanted to uncover them all. Days passed, and our interactions became more frequent. He would show up at the library, sit with me in the cafeteria, and even start small conversations in the hallway. The girls from room 302 still looked at me with disdain, but they didn't dare touch me anymore. Andre had made his message clear, and everyone knew that messing with me meant messing with him. One night, as we were walking back to the dorm together, a light rain began to fall. We ran for cover under a canopy, laughing as if it were the most fun thing in the world. We were so close that I could feel the warmth of his body beside me. My laughter faded slowly, and when I looked at him, I noticed he was looking at me differently, more intense. "Why do you do this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer right away. His eyes studied my face as if taking in every detail before finally murmuring, "Because I care." My heart skipped a beat. There was no lie in his eyes, just a raw sincerity that made me feel vulnerable in a way I had never felt before. For a moment, I thought about looking away, pretending that nothing was happening, but I knew it was too late. From that night on, everything changed. We spent more time together, and what once was a convenient lie turned into something real. Andre protected me not because I had convinced him to, but because he wanted to. And me? I could no longer deny what I felt. The stolen glances turned into subtle touches. The silences between us became comfortable, and every moment by his side felt more meaningful than I was willing to admit. Andre was everything I never thought I needed, and yet he was there, becoming an undeniable part of my life. I had started it all with a lie, but now I was living a truth I never imagined possible. After that rainy night when Andre told me he cared about me, something inside me changed completely. I no longer saw him as just the school's troublemaker, the guy everyone avoided and feared. I started noticing his nuances, the way his silences spoke louder than words, how he observed everything around him with a tired look, as if he was used to being judged without anyone truly trying to know him. I didn't know how, but every time we were together, the lie I had made up to protect myself started to feel more real, and one day, it became crystal clear. We were sitting on the staircase behind the gym, where he liked to spend time when he wanted to be away from everyone. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, and I felt at ease sitting there beside him. Andres played absent-mindedly with an unlit cigarette between his fingers, lost in thought, and before I realized it, I broke the silence. Andres, why do you always act like you don't care about anything? My voice came out softer than I intended. He sighed, looking at the horizon before turning his eyes to me. Because people only see what they want to see anyway. I stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. Andre didn't usually open up, so I knew I had to take advantage of this moment. Ever since I was a kid, everyone treated me like I was a problem, he said with a bitter laugh. Teachers said I was hopeless, my parents fought with me like I was a ticking time bomb, and me? Well, he shrugged. I just followed the script they wrote for me. I swallowed hard. That explained a lot. The way he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, how he never bothered trying to explain himself to anyone. Everyone saw him as the bad boy, so he simply embraced the role, even if deep down it wasn't who he really wanted to be. But you're more than that, I murmured, watching his face closely. I've seen it. You care. Maybe not in the way people expect, but you do. He looked at me for a long moment, as if trying to figure out if I was saying that because I truly believed it or just out of pity. Then he shook his head, letting out a soft FL but without his usual sarcasm. You're weird, Clara, he said, tossing the cigarette away. But I think I like that. I felt my face heat up, but before I could say anything, he abruptly changed the subject. And those? What are we going to do about them? I turned to him, surprised. What do you mean? He smirked, that mischievous grin I had already learned to recognize. You really think I'm going to let what they did to you slide after everything? I think it's time we got even. For a second, I hesitated. I wasn't the vengeful type, but the memory of the fear I felt when Valeria and her followers cornered me was still fresh in my mind. They hadn't paid for it, and now, with Andre by my side, I knew I didn't have to hide anymore. What do you have in mind? I asked, trying to hide a smile. Andre leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Just watch. The next day, school went on as usual. Valeria and her group strayed through the hallways as always, flaunting their arrogance and thinking they still had control over everything. But Andre had a plan, and I just had to play along. The first part involved a simple anonymous message to the principal, exposing all the pranks Valeria and her friends had pulled over the semester. Everything from sabotaging other students to petty theft in the cafeteria. Of course, it was all carefully documented thanks to Andre and his friends' discreet surveillance. Watching the principal call Valeria into his office in the middle of the hallway, with everyone watching, was just the beginning of her humiliation. Then came part 2. During lunch break, Andre made sure to pull me into the middle of the cafeteria, right in front of Valeria and all her followers, and without any warning, he kissed me. Not just any kiss, but one of those breathtaking ones that made everyone stop and stare. When we finally pulled apart, the shock on the girls' faces was priceless. Just so we're clear, Andre said loud enough for everyone to hear. Clara doesn't have to fake anything. She's really my girlfriend. The cafeteria erupted into murmurs, laughter, and whispers. Valeria looked pale, unable to hide the defeated expression on her face. I had never felt so powerful. After that, the girls from room 302 never dared to mess with me again. I was no longer just the scholarship girl they could step on. I was Andre's girlfriend, and that changed everything. But what no one knew was that, for me, it was no longer just a game. I actually liked him. I liked the way he protected me without expecting anything in return, the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching, and from the way he held me in the cafeteria, I knew it wasn't just a game for him either. Now everything was different. I had earned the respect I always wanted at school, but more than that, I had someone by my side who saw me for who I really was, and that was worth more than any revenge. Now on to the next story. Story 4. They say success is the best revenge. I used to believe that. I used to think that if I just worked hard enough, kept my head down, climbed the ladder rung by rung while others cut corners or coasted on handouts, I'd finally be free. Free of the judgment, the guilt-tripping, the endless comparisons. But what no one tells you is that when you come from a family that needs you to stay small so they can feel big, success doesn't set you free. Paints a target on your back. My name's Nathan. I'm 27 years old, a software engineer working for one of the biggest names in tech. The kind of place that makes your LinkedIn blow up just for adding the company logo. I live in a sleek downtown penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows, a skyline view, and a coffee machine that costs more than the car I drove in college. On paper, I've made it, but behind the scenes, there's a whole different story brewing. The kind you wouldn't believe unless you lived through it. And unfortunately, I did. I didn't grow up in luxury. I wasn't handed anything. My parents weren't cruel exactly, just conditional. Everything was a transaction. Love, attention, pride. You had to earn it. And even then, it came with strings. My younger brother, Brandon, never had to worry about that. He was the golden child. He could bomb out of classes, get arrested for petty vandalism twice, and still be met with, "He's just figuring himself out." Me? One missed homework assignment in 8th grade, and I got the silent treatment for a week. When I told my parents I wanted to go to college out of state, they laughed. Not a chuckle, a full-on belly laugh, like I just said I wanted to be an astronaut at 18. "You think we're going to take out loans for that? Be serious, Nathan." So I got serious. I worked 2 part-time jobs through high school. Saved every dollar. In college, I averaged 70 to 80 hours a week between classes, tutoring, food delivery, and night shifts at a security desk where I coded on a beat-up laptop while watching grainy CCTV footage. I lived off caffeine pills and dollar menu burgers. I didn't party. I didn't date. I barely slept. But I graduated at the top of my class, built a few side projects that went semi-viral on GitHub, and landed an internship at a firm that eventually led to my current role. I never took a penny from my parents, and I never once held it against them. Or at least I told myself I didn't. Brandon, meanwhile, bounced around majors for 6 years and dropped out twice. He never worked a real job, just odd gigs my dad lined up through his buddies. My parents kept telling him to find his passion, like that was a valid excuse for coasting into his mid-20s. When he finally settled on a photography business, they basically funded it. New camera, studio space, even covered his rent for a year to help him get on his feet. I remember coming home for Thanksgiving once during that time and seeing Brandon's new apartment. It had exposed brick walls, a giant canvas print of New York City, and an espresso bar. I was sleeping on a stained futon above a noisy taco shop at the time. And when I made a comment about how nice the place was, my mom just said, "Well, he's pursuing his dream, Nathan. That's hard too." I didn't argue. I just smiled, ate my turkey, and went back to grinding. A few months ago, after years of scraping and saving, investing smartly, and catching some lucky breaks with stock options, I made the biggest purchase of my life. A modern penthouse condo smack in the heart of the city. It was everything I had fantasized about during those broke college nights. Clean lines, panoramic views, high ceilings, and best of all, complete silence. No one yelling, no guilt tripping, no constant noise from upstairs neighbors. Just me, my work, and the sound of the espresso machine humming in the background. I didn't even post it on social media. I wasn't trying to show off. I told maybe 4 people, my best friend, my mentor, and yeah, my family. I wasn't going to hide it. I figured maybe for once they'd be proud. My dad's reaction was lukewarm at best. He asked how much I put down, what the interest rate was, and if I had considered buying somewhere less flashy. My mom just stared at the photos I showed her, then said, "Wow, must be nice." And Brandon, he didn't say anything. Just scrolled through the pics, set the phone down, and mumbled something about needing to get back to editing. I brushed it off. I told myself they were just surprised. Maybe they didn't know how to express excitement. Maybe they felt left behind. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that I got the call. "Nathan," my mom said, her voice weirdly formal. "We'd like to have a family dinner, just us. Sunday night." I asked if everything was okay. She said it was just a conversation. No big deal. The moment I walked into their house that Sunday, the same house I grew up in with the same creaky staircase and lemon-scented candles, I felt it. That tension. Like I was being summoned, not invited. My parents were already seated at the dining table, both looking unusually serious. Brandon was leaning against the kitchen counter, arms crossed, jaw tight. "We wanted to talk," my dad began, "because there's been some hurt feelings lately." My stomach dropped. My mom folded her hands like she was leading a therapy session. "Nathan, we're happy for you. Really. But we've noticed your brother's been feeling inadequate, like he can't measure up." Brandon didn't look at me. He stared at the floor and she continued, "We think it might help if you scaled things back a little. At least for now." I blinked. "What does that mean?" My dad cleared his throat. "Well, this penthouse situation, it's a bit much, don't you think? You're only 27. You could get a nice apartment, live reasonably, save more. No need to be flashy." "You think I should sell my home?" I asked, making sure I heard him right. "We're not saying that directly," my mom rushed in. "Just consider how it looks, how it makes Brandon feel. He's trying, he's had some rough luck. And then you come in with this palace." Brandon finally spoke, his voice low. "It just feels like you're rubbing it in, man." I stared at them, my heart pounding. For a second, I actually wondered if I'd fallen into some surreal prank show. Like there had to be hidden cameras. "I worked for that place," I said quietly. "I didn't win it in a raffle. I gave up everything for years." "And we're not denying that," my mom said, palms raised. "But family is about balance, about keeping each other in check." My dad nodded. "It's about harmony, and right now the dynamic is off." Something cracked in me then, not loudly, not all at once, just a small internal snap, like a wire that had been pulled too tight for too long. I stood up calmly and said, "Thanks for the dinner. I've got work in the morning." I didn't yell. I didn't curse. I didn't argue. I just left, got in my car, drove home to my palace, and sat in silence for an hour staring at the skyline I had spent a decade chasing. I wish I could say that after that family dinner, the one where my parents politely suggested I sell my home because it made my brother feel inadequate, things simmered down. I thought I'd made my boundaries clear. I thought leaving quietly would send a message, but if anything, it made things worse, like I had insulted some unspoken hierarchy by refusing to shrink myself. And over the next few weeks, the tension escalated in a way I couldn't have predicted. Subtle at first, then not so subtle. It started with the texts. At first, they were harmless enough. My mom forwarding me links to affordable downtown lofts with notes like, "See, this one's more modest, but still cute." Or, "Wouldn't it be nice to have neighbors more your age?" I didn't respond. Then came the guilt-trippy stuff. "Brandon hasn't been sleeping well. He keeps comparing himself to you. It's breaking my heart." Or my personal favorite, "Success means nothing if it tears a family apart." I ignored those too. That's when the others got involved. My aunt called me out of the blue, someone I hadn't spoken to in over a year. She launched into a faux-concerned monologue about how proud everyone was of me, but maybe I should consider how hard it must be for Brandon to constantly live in my shadow. "You've always been the driven one," she said sweetly, like I'd been hoarding ambition unfairly. "Maybe tone it down a bit for everyone's sake." Tone it down for everyone's sake. I asked her if she'd be willing to tell Brandon to tone down the freeloading. She didn't like that. After that, my mom tried a different angle. She invited me over for a just us lunch. No dad, no Brandon. I was skeptical but curious. I showed up to find the dining table already set, pasta boiling on the stove, and my mom in her full apron and smile routine. She chatted about the weather, a new neighbor's dog, random bits of gossip, until finally she slid a manila folder across the table. "What's this?" I asked. "Just something to consider." Inside were brochures, therapy centers, specifically family counseling services. She sat across from me with that practiced, pitying expression that always meant she thought she was being generous. "I think we all need to heal," she said. "You've been so angry." I laughed. Couldn't help it. "I've been angry? You stormed out of dinner, Nathan, because you asked me to sell my home to protect Brandon's ego. Because we were trying to help you see the bigger picture." That lunch ended with me leaving mid-bite. After that, the gloves came off. Brandon started showing up to my place uninvited. He'd text me 5 minutes before or not at all. The first time he buzzed my unit claiming he was downtown for a shoot and needed to use my place to charge his equipment. I said no. He buzzed again and again. I ignored him. 20 minutes later, I checked the building camera from my phone. He was still there, pacing in the lobby, visibly irritated. Next day, I got a furious message from my dad. "Family means being there for each other, not slamming doors in people's faces." I replied, "Family also means boundaries." No response. Week after that, Brandon came by again, this time with coffee and donuts like it was some casual drop-in. I met him in the lobby before he could come up. "Thought I'd bring breakfast," he said, holding up the bag. "I'm working." "You're always working because that's how I got here." He stared at me, then dropped the bag on the front desk and walked off. Didn't say another word. I didn't eat the donuts. I didn't hear from him for a while after that. Just radio silence from the whole family. I'd be lying if I said it didn't mess with me. I tried to focus on work, long hours, side projects, running teams, but the quiet got loud sometimes. That little voice that whispers, "Maybe you really are the problem. Maybe you could have handled it differently." Then came the betrayal. It happened on a Saturday morning. I was still in bed scrolling emails when I got a ping from my building manager. "Hi Nathan, just a quick note. Your brother dropped off the photography prints for the lobby exhibit. We'll be installing them later today." I stared at the message, completely confused. My building often rotated local artwork in the lobby, photos, sculptures, paintings. I'd even recommended a few friends from art school days, but I hadn't submitted anyone recently, and I definitely hadn't signed Brandon up. I replied, "Sorry, what prints, manager?" "Brandon said you cleared it. Said you wanted to support his work and thought the lobby would be perfect. He had access to the elevator already. Seemed legit." I jumped out of bed, threw on sweats, and bolted downstairs. And there they were. For massive photography canvases leaned against the lobby wall, ready to be mounted. Stylized black and white portraits. Moody, dramatic, very on-brand for Brandon. But what caught me off guard were the captions in bold, elegant font under each image. "Success isn't always earned. Privilege in disguise. Some people climb on the backs of others. Not all penthouses are homes." I froze. My hands started to shake. A few residents were milling around, glancing at the prints, murmuring things I couldn't quite hear. One of them, an older woman from the 14th floor, actually smiled at me. "These are powerful," she said. "Very raw. Who's the artist?" I didn't answer. Couldn't. I went straight to the manager's office and demanded they be removed. He looked bewildered but complied. Brandon didn't respond to my calls. Not that day, not the next. Finally, I drove out to my parents' house, knocked on the door, heart pounding. My mom opened it like she'd been expecting me. "We didn't mean to upset you," she said before I could speak. "You knew." She didn't answer. I pushed past her into the living room where Brandon was sitting on the couch, feet up, scrolling on his phone. "You forged my name," I said. "You accessed my building under false pretenses." "It was art," he replied flatly. No, it was a hit job. He finally looked up. His face was stone cold. You've made it clear you don't care about this family. I was just returning the favor. I was speechless. Not because of the words, but the ease with which he said them, like this had been building in him for years. And now that he'd found a way to hurt me, he'd never felt more alive. You could have asked for help, Brandon. He scoffed. You don't offer help. You flaunt what you have. You think just because you suffered, it gives you the right to look down on everyone else. I don't look down on you, I said. I didn't, but maybe I should have. That was the last thing I said before I walked out. I didn't slam the door. I didn't yell, but something had shifted in me that day, something permanent. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't sad. I was done. Or at least I thought I was, because 2 days later I got a letter, a real letter handwritten from my dad. And what was inside made everything before it look like a warm-up act. If you want to hear what was in that letter, I'll tell you, but brace yourself. It changes everything. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. I remember because I had just finished a call with my project lead and was debating whether to make lunch or skip straight to my afternoon meetings. I wasn't expecting anything. I rarely got physical mail outside of utility bills or the occasional real estate flyer, but this one stood out. Cream-colored envelope, heavyweight paper, my name handwritten in my dad's distinct square lettering, no return address. Something about it made my stomach tighten. I sat on the edge of the kitchen counter, opened the envelope with a butter knife, and unfolded the 2-page letter inside. The handwriting was familiar, steady, but each word felt like a gut punch. Not because it was cruel, I almost wish it had been, but because it was deliberate, cold, calculated, like he had rehearsed every sentence in his head before putting it down, knowing exactly how it would land. He began with something that looked like empathy. Nathan, I've always admired your discipline, your ability to shut out distractions and chase your goals. That's not easy, and I'm proud of you. We both are. But there's something more important than achievement. Balance, family. Then he pivoted. I've been speaking with your brother. He's going through a hard time. Your recent choices have made things worse. Whether intentional or not, you've created distance between yourself and this family. Your tone, your attitude, your lifestyle, they send a message, one that says, I'm better. That message has hurt your brother deeply, and it's forced your mother and me to reevaluate how we move forward as a family. That's when he dropped the bomb. As of this week, we've decided to temporarily restructure the family trust. The trust. I didn't even know there was a family trust. My parents weren't wealthy by any means, middle class at best, but I knew my grandfather had owned land upstate that had been passed down when he died. Acres of undeveloped forest worth more than most people realized. I'd always assumed it was being held for retirement or maybe some future family emergency. My dad never spoke of it in detail. It was one of those we'll talk about it someday topics that got buried under small talk and football games. Apparently, someday had arrived, just without me. He continued, We've named Brandon as the primary beneficiary for the next 5 years. It's not about favoritism. It's about need. We hope you understand that this isn't punishment. It's protection for the family. If you're willing to meet us halfway, this can change. But if you continue down your current path, you may force our hand long-term. The door is always open, but so is the window of opportunity. I read the letter twice, 3 times. Each time it made less sense and hurt more. It wasn't about money. Not really. It was about being written out, symbolically and literally. My entire life I had tried to play by the rules. Work hard. Be responsible. Stay humble. I hadn't asked for anything. Not once. And now, the one time something was available, I wasn't just passed over. I was threatened. I sat in my apartment. The city spread out below me, and felt completely, utterly hollow. Over the next few weeks, I spiraled. Not dramatically, not in the way people imagine when they think rock bottom. I still woke up, logged into work, answered emails, attended meetings, but I was checked out. My focus evaporated. Deadlines crept up faster than usual. I stopped working out, stopped cooking, started ordering takeout every night. I left dishes in the sink. I missed a friend's birthday dinner and forgot to call back another who left a voicemail saying he was worried about me. I ghosted my mentor. I didn't even realize how far I'd slipped until my manager pulled me aside during a Zoom call. "Nathan," she said gently, "this isn't like you." I wanted to lie to say I was fine, but instead I just said, "I know." She gave me some time off, a week, no questions asked. I thought about using it to take a trip, escape somewhere, reset. But the truth was, I didn't have the energy. So I stayed home, slept in, binge-watched old sci-fi shows, and stared at my phone more than I care to admit. One night around 2 a.m., I was scrolling through an old photo album on my phone. Pictures from college, mostly grainy shots of my first apartment, screenshots of early code projects, selfies with friends I barely spoke to now. And then I found a video I didn't remember taking. It was me, age 21, sitting on the roof of my college dorm. I was talking to the camera, half joking, half serious. "If future me ever sees this, congrats. You made it. I hope you've got a real coffee machine and not this instant junk. But seriously, don't forget what it felt like to want it this bad. To work this hard. You owe that kid something." I watched it twice. Then again. I don't know why, but something about that version of me, hungry, tired, hopeful, hit harder than anything my parents had said. I didn't recognize him completely, but I remembered the feeling, the fire. I stayed up all night after that. Not crying, not plotting revenge, just thinking. Next morning, I woke up and cleaned my entire apartment, top to bottom. Threw out every piece of takeout trash, washed the dishes, did laundry, made my bed like I hadn't in weeks. Then I sat down at my desk, opened a blank doc, and started writing something I hadn't written in years. A product concept. Not for work, not for anyone else, just for me. It was an idea I'd had ages ago. A tool for freelancers to track income, expenses, and contracts in one clean dashboard. I had shelved it during my early days at the company, thinking I didn't have time. But now I needed something that felt like mine again. Something that reminded me who I was before I let their voices get in my head. I built a prototype in 2 weeks. Nothing fancy, just a bare-bones interface and some back-end logic. But it worked. And more importantly, it gave me purpose. I didn't tell anyone. I kept working on it in the evenings, slowly rebuilding my schedule. I got back to journaling, meal prepping, working out. Started attending team meetings with real input again. My manager noticed, so did a few coworkers. They started sending me bigger tasks again, harder problems. I crushed them quietly, steadily, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was chasing approval. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I was just living. A month passed. Then 2. I stopped checking in on Brandon's socials. I muted the family group chat. I told myself I'd re-engage when I was ready, when I wanted to, and not a second before. One day, I came home to a note taped to my door. "Can we talk? B." No envelope, no text, just 3 words. I stared at it for a long time. My first instinct was to tear it up, burn it. But I didn't. I took it inside, placed it on the counter, and left it there. I didn't call him. Instead, I kept building. The tool I had started, now called Ledger Lite, had grown. I'd onboarded a few freelancer friends as beta testers. Feedback was promising. One even offered to invest. I turned it down. I wasn't ready for that yet, but it lit a fuse. I started planning a soft launch, bought a domain, hired a designer to clean up the UI, built a waitlist landing page, and one morning as I was reviewing metrics, I realized something. I hadn't thought about the trust, the betrayal, the letter in weeks. Not because I had healed, but because I had shifted the focus. They hadn't won. They had tried to knock me off center. And for a while, they did. But I found something they never expected me to find. Myself. The version of me that wasn't defined by their approval or guilt. The version that didn't need validation from parents who only loved me conditionally, or a brother who resented my existence. That version, he was just getting started. But then, just when I thought I had finally built enough distance, something happened that pulled me back into the fire. A voicemail from my mom, tearful, breathy, rambling. "I didn't know they were going to do this. Nathan, I swear. Please call me. It's gone too far. Your brother, your father. I can't fix this alone." That's when I knew something had changed. Something big. And this time, I wasn't going to walk away. I was going to respond, but on my terms. I didn't call her back right away. That might sound cruel, especially after a voicemail that emotional, but you have to understand, my mother is a master of tone. She knows exactly when to use warmth and when to play the victim. I grew up watching her wield it like a scalpel. Soft voice, quivering breath, dramatic pauses, always stopping just short of actually saying anything direct, always forcing you to connect the dots. Feel the guilt, fill in the blanks. She never left messages like that. And she especially never admitted she couldn't fix something. That was the first clue that whatever happened, it wasn't just a spat or another round of, think of your brother. This was deeper, more volatile. But I wasn't about to walk into another emotional ambush. Not this time. I had worked too hard to reclaim my peace, to remember who I was without the noise. So I did something I never would have done 6 months ago. I didn't react. I strategized. First, I saved the voicemail, downloaded a copy. I didn't even know if I'd need it, but my gut said this was going to get complicated. Then, I sent a quick message to someone I hadn't spoken to in a long while. Hey, can I buy you coffee this week? I need to talk. Family stuff. That someone was Jamie, a childhood friend of mine who'd grown up a few blocks over. We lost touch after high school, reconnected briefly in college, then drifted again. But Jamie knew my family, had seen the dynamics, heard the arguments, been there the night my dad made Brandon lie about breaking the garage door, then punished me when I tried to correct the story. Jamie had always called it like it was. 2 days later, we met at this little cafe off 6th Street. Low lighting, good pastries, quiet jazz in the background. I didn't even sit down before she gave me a look and said, "Okay, what happened now?" I told her everything, from the penthouse guilt-tripping to the fake art exhibit, the trust betrayal, the fallout, and finally the voicemail. She listened the whole way through without interrupting, sipped her coffee, eyes sharp. At one point, she muttered, "Unreal," under her breath. When I finally finished, she leaned forward and said, "They're bleeding you, Nate, just emotionally instead of financially." I know. No, I don't think you do. This isn't about the money or the apartment. It's about control. You're the only one who ever broke out of their little orbit, and now they're trying to drag you back. I stared down at my cup. So what do I do? Her lips curved into something between a smirk and a challenge. You stop defending and start playing offense. I blinked. What does that even look like? Jamie tapped her finger on the table. You said there's a trust. You were written out. Brandon was made sole beneficiary temporarily for 5 years. Does it have to be 5 years? I frowned. My dad made it sound like the decision was final. Jamie raised an eyebrow. Doesn't mean it's legal. That's when the first piece of the plan came into focus. I didn't know the specifics of the trust, when it was set up, how it was structured, what rights I had. But if there was a document, there were laws around how it could be changed, especially if it was my grandfather's land. That made it generational, possibly irrevocable. So I made another call, this time to an attorney, not just any attorney, a former mentor of mine who had transitioned from software law to estate litigation a few years back. I didn't have to tell him much, just enough for him to agree to review any documents I could get. "You're not filing anything yet," he warned. "We're just gathering information. Be smart." Smart meant not storming into my parents' house demanding answers. It meant baiting them gently. So, I sent a message to my dad. Short, calm, almost passive. "Hey, got Mom's voicemail. Hope everything's okay. Wanna catch up this weekend? Maybe clear the air." He replied in under 5 minutes. "Glad to hear from you. Sunday afternoon works." Perfect. It felt too easy, which made me even more cautious. When I arrived that Sunday, my mom looked pale, nervous. She opened the door and pulled me into a hug before I could stop her. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. My dad was seated in the den, legs crossed, expression unreadable. Brandon wasn't there. That alone told me something was wrong. He was always at the center of these little dramas. We made small talk, tea, snacks, weather. Then I asked casually, "So, what's going on?" They exchanged a glance. My dad cleared his throat. "Your brother's going through a rough patch." I waited. "He took out a business loan last year," he continued. to expand the studio, bought equipment, leased a second location. That was news to me. He fell behind on payments, missed deadlines. Some legal stuff is happening now. What kind of legal stuff? My mom winced. He defaulted. The lender's threatening asset seizure. I sat back. And this affects me. How? More glances. My dad finally said it. He used part of the trust as collateral. My stomach dropped. I blinked. He what? My mom stepped in. It wasn't the main land parcel, just a sliver. A few acres. He thought he could flip the profit quickly. Which part? I asked sharply. The East Ridge, my dad muttered. That was the most developable portion. The one with road access. I didn't even know he had access to do that, I said. He shouldn't have, my mom said quickly. But your father, we thought it would help him get stable. Let me guess, I said, leaning forward. The paperwork wasn't clean. Now the whole trust is being reviewed. Neither of them spoke. I stood up, walked to the window, took a breath. Then I turned. I want to see the documents. All of them. Original trust addendums. Transfers. My dad stiffened. That's private. Not if it affects my legal inheritance. Not if Brandon's actions are jeopardizing it. You can either let me review it with a lawyer or I subpoena it. Your choice. It was the first time I'd ever seen my father truly angry. Not yelling, not slamming fists, but that low, simmering fury that came from someone used to holding power and suddenly realizing they didn't have it anymore. You've changed, he said coldly. No, I replied. I've just stopped apologizing. I left with no hug, no goodbye, no snacks wrapped in foil like old times. 3 days later, my lawyer had scanned copies of the trust and all its modifications. And sure enough, my name had been quietly removed through a document that, according to him, wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. The trust had been set up by my grandfather with a specific clause. No alterations can be made unless all named beneficiaries agree in writing. I never signed anything. My signature was nowhere to be found, which meant the 5-year restructure was not only illegitimate, it was grounds for a full reversal, possibly even legal action. Jamie was the first person I told. We met again at the cafe, and when I laid out the facts, her grin grew with every detail. So what now? She asked. I exhaled slowly. Now, I said, we stopped playing defense. I gave them one more chance. Not out of mercy, but out of strategy. After reviewing the documents, my lawyer and I crafted a simple, polite letter addressed to both of my parents. It outlined without emotion or judgment the legal inconsistencies in the amended trust. It cited the original clause from my grandfather that prevented unilateral changes. It highlighted the absence of my signature. It closed with a clear, non-confrontational request. We respectfully ask for the immediate reversal of the unauthorized modifications, including the removal of Nathan Carter as a beneficiary. If not resolved by date, we will proceed through the appropriate legal channels. The deadline was 2 weeks out. I didn't hear anything for 13 days. No texts, no calls, no knocks on my door, just silence like the kind that settles in right before a storm. On the 14th day, I received an email. It was from my dad. No greeting, no apology, just a PDF. The trust has been amended and restored to its original form. Brandon's authority has been revoked. You're reinstated. Consider this matter closed. I showed the email to my lawyer. He smiled. It's done. You win. But that wasn't the revenge. That was just the warning shot. Because here's the thing. They thought the issue was over because the paperwork was fixed. What they didn't realize was how much damage they'd already done. Not to my finances, but to my name, my trust, my reputation. Remember the photography exhibit Brandon tried to install in my building lobby? The one where he snuck into my building and displayed slanderous captions like privilege in disguise and not all penthouses are homes? Yeah, I hadn't forgotten either. And now that the legal threat had passed, I had the bandwidth and the motivation to make sure Brandon learned a lesson of his own. I started small. A DM to a gallery manager I knew through a mutual friend. Someone Brandon had been trying to woo for months. I sent her the lobby photos Brandon had tried to install in my building along with a short message. Thought you should see the kind of work he tries to push without consent. She replied 2 hours later. Thanks. That crosses a line. We won't be moving forward with him. Then I moved to his lease. Remember the second studio space he leased for expansion? Through some online research and a LinkedIn post he'd made months earlier, I figured out the building. I didn't contact the landlord directly. I didn't need to. I contacted a friend who worked for a commercial real estate firm in the area. I gave him Brandon's business name and asked if the owner had ever made late payments or tried to sublet. My friend laughed. Yeah, that guy's a mess. Hasn't paid for 2 months. Wants to renegotiate the lease but won't return paperwork. I didn't say anything incriminating. I didn't push, but the conversation made its way back to the landlord. 2 weeks later, Brandon lost the space. Strike 2. Finally, I went after his real currency, his image. Brandon had built a modest social media following as a visionary creative, 12K followers on Instagram, a curated aesthetic, inspirational quotes, carefully filtered behind-the-scenes reels. I created a fake account, followed his page, and waited. Soon he posted a new series called The Art of the Climb with captions about overcoming adversity, building his business without handouts, and chasing success without compromising values. I screenshotted the post. Then I uploaded a side-by-side comparison. The post versus a scan of the letter my dad had sent me months earlier, the one where he admitted Brandon used the trust as collateral for his business loan. I didn't include identifying information. No address, no docs, just a caption. Curious definition of without handouts. Then I let the internet do its thing. Within 24 hours, Brandon locked his account. Strike 3. The fallout was quick. I didn't hear from him again. No apology. No attempt to reconcile. Just silence. His name disappeared from my building's directory. Apparently, he had been living in a friend's apartment nearby. Gone now. My parents, on the other hand, tried one last maneuver. An invitation dinner at their house to talk. I considered ignoring it, but I needed closure. So I went. It was just the two of them. Brandon wasn't there. The dining room was pristine. Napkins folded. China I hadn't seen since Christmas 5 years ago. My mom served roast beef. My dad poured wine. For a moment, it almost felt normal until my mom set down her fork and said, "We just want to move forward." I nodded. So do I. My dad cleared his throat. We've made mistakes. I didn't speak. We let things spiral, he continued. We thought we were helping Brandon, but we see now how that hurt you. I finally met his eyes. Do you? He hesitated. We're trying. I leaned back in my chair. Good. Because here's how we move forward. They both straightened. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm not asking for affection. I'm not even asking for a relationship. What I am asking for is distance. My mom's eyes welled up. Nathan, I held up a hand. I've rebuilt everything you tried to strip away. I've cleaned up the mess Brandon left behind. And I've done it without rage, without dragging your names through the mud, because I still have more respect for this family than you ever had for me. They sat frozen. I stood. I'll see you on holidays. Maybe. But I'm done playing the scapegoat. I'm done being the emotional punching bag. From now on, you get access to me based on how you treat me. Not because of blood. My mom wiped her eyes. My dad just stared at his plate. I walked out. No hug. No wave. No thank you for coming. Just the sound of the door clicking shut behind me. Quiet, clean, final. That was 6 months ago. Since then, my life has been simple. Work is steady. Ledger Light launched with 3,000 signups in the first month. I hired a small team. Quiet growth, no flash, just results. The penthouse is still mine. I upgraded the coffee machine. My parents haven't called. Brandon's social media remains inactive. Word is he moved out of state. Sometimes people ask me if I regret any of it, if it was too much, if I wish I had just let it go. But here's the truth. I didn't burn the bridge. They did. I just made sure they couldn't rebuild it with stolen wood. Now on to the next story. Story 5. Hey everyone. I'm Avery, and I really need some advice on how I handled things. But first, Let me give you some context so you understand why I did what I did. I'm 23 years old and I've always had to fight for everything. I never got the luxury of handouts, not even from my own family. Growing up, it was clear that I was the invisible kid in the family, the one who was always expected to be perfect, yet always left to fend for myself. My younger brother, Jason, on the other hand, could do no wrong. He's 20 now, but back when we were growing up, he was always the center of attention. He was the one who got the new clothes, the latest gadgets, the trips. He was the golden child. I, on the other hand, had to grind just to get by, and that's fine. I'm not bitter about it. Okay, maybe I am a little, but I always thought I'd earn their respect. But things really started to shift when Jason crossed a line that I honestly didn't think was possible. I'd never been financially irresponsible. I've always been careful with money, always made sure my credit was in check because I knew the consequences of not doing so. I even had a side hustle helping people with their resumes and put a decent amount of effort into keeping myself afloat. I wasn't swimming in cash, but I managed. Jason, not so much. He has always relied on my parents for everything. They paid for his car, his college tuition, all of his expenses. Even when he was in high school, if he wanted something, my parents got it for him. He never had to worry about money. He had it easy, and I had to watch all of it happen while I was the one doing the hard work, never receiving the same kind of support. But this was a whole different level. It all started about 3 months ago. It was a Saturday night, and I was sitting in my bedroom after a long day. I'd just gotten home from a 12-hour shift at my part-time job, and I was about to wind down for the night. I usually check my finances before bed. Just a habit of mine, nothing special. But that night I noticed something strange. I pulled up my bank account, expecting to see the usual numbers. I was in the middle of budgeting, figuring out how to pay off the last few bills for the month, but then my stomach dropped. I saw multiple charges totaling over $5,000 across several credit cards. Some of them were from places I'd never heard of, others from restaurants and shops that I definitely hadn't visited. In a panic, I began scrolling through the transactions trying to make sense of it. Hotel bookings, a couple of online shopping sprees, even a high-end restaurant in another state. There was no way I could have been there. No way I could have bought those things. I froze for a second, trying to process what I was looking at. Then, it hit me like a ton of bricks. My brother, Jason. Jason had somehow gotten his hands on my credit card details. I immediately texted him. I couldn't wait until morning. I needed answers now. My fingers were shaking as I typed out the message. Jason, why are there charges on my credit cards that I didn't make? Are you seriously using my cards? A few minutes went by before he responded. His reply was classic Jason. Casual. Dismissive. What are you talking about? I haven't used your cards. Maybe you're just losing track of your own spending. I felt a flash of rage. I didn't respond right away. I didn't need to. Instead, I dug deeper into my bank app and found that all of these charges were coming from accounts and places that Jason had access to, like his online shopping account, which I'd found him using before, and even his buddy's hotel reservation. It didn't take long to connect the dots. I knew without a doubt that Jason had stolen my credit card info and used it for himself, and not just once. He had been using it repeatedly. The next morning, I went straight to him. Jason was lounging on the couch in the living room, gaming as usual. He barely even looked up when I entered. I stormed up to him, holding my phone in front of his face, showing him the mountain of charges. Jason, I said, voice shaking with anger. Explain this. Why are there $5,000 in charges on my credit cards from places you've been? Did you steal my card info? He paused the game, his eyes widening for just a split second. Just enough for me to catch the guilty look before he shifted back to his usual cocky grin. What? Me? No, that wasn't me. You probably just didn't notice your own spending. Avery, he said with a shrug, trying to act casual. I was fuming. I felt my fist clench. Cut the crap. This is fraud. I'm reporting it. Well, calm down, he said, leaning back on the couch with an exaggerated sigh. I didn't do anything. Why are you always trying to make me look bad? He barely even cared. He wasn't even trying to pretend like he was sorry, and that's when I realized something. This wasn't the first time he had done something like this. He'd always gotten away with things in the past, and now he was testing the waters again. This time, though, he had crossed a line. The tension between us continued to build after that. That evening, after I'd reported the fraudulent charges to my bank, I got a call from my parents. They told me to come over and talk. I figured they might be on my side. After all, I was the victim in this situation, right? Wrong. When I walked into the living room, they were sitting there with disappointed looks on their faces, as if I'd done something wrong. "Son," my mom started, her voice unusually calm. "We need to talk about the credit card situation." I immediately got defensive. "I've already reported it to the bank. Jason used my cards, and I'm not going to just pay off the charges." "That's the thing, though," my dad chimed in. "Jason is going through a rough time, and you need to help him out." I stared at them, my jaw hanging open in disbelief. "What? Help him out? I'm the one who's been scammed." "Family comes first, Avery," my mom said, her tone growing colder. "You need to keep the peace and just pay it off. Jason's going through a phase, and we're asking you to help him." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were blaming me for not helping him, like I was the one who had stolen from them. And that's when they hit me with the ultimatum. "If you don't pay this off," my dad said, his voice like ice, "you're cut off. No more family support. No more help with anything." For a moment, I stood there just stunned. They were giving me an ultimatum over Jason's fraud. I was beyond angry. This wasn't just a family issue anymore. It was about respect. It was about self-respect. And that's when I made my decision. "Enjoy your lying, son," I said, turning away from them, voice shaking with rage. "I'm done." And I walked out of their house. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I stepped out of the house, slamming the door behind me. The sound of it echoed in my ears and, for a split second, I felt the strange sense of liberation. It was like I was free from their hold, finally breaking away from the toxic cycle they created. But that feeling was quickly replaced by a bitter, gnawing anger. I didn't want to just walk away. I wanted them to understand how wrong they were. I wanted them to see just how far Jason had pushed me, just how much they had ignored my boundaries for years. But as I walked away from their front door, I knew there was no going back. I tried to keep my head high, but with each step, the weight of what had just happened started to sink in. My parents weren't just dismissing the fraud they'd enabled. They were actively siding with Jason, the person who had betrayed me. I couldn't believe how quickly they turned on me, how easily they were willing to discard me just to protect their perfect little son. The same son who had stolen from me and lied straight to my face. I couldn't understand how they didn't see that. The next few days were a blur. I spent most of my time at home just staring at my phone, trying to figure out what to do next. Should I really just cut all ties with them? Or should I try to reach out and make them see reason? But as the days passed and I didn't hear a word from my parents, it became clear. They weren't going to reach out to me. They were going to let Jason slide, and they would just ignore me until I fell in line. Couldn't believe it. I didn't even want to speak to them anymore. It wasn't just the betrayal with the credit cards. It was everything. The way they had always prioritized Jason over me. The way they never even gave me a chance to voice my frustrations. I felt like I had spent my entire life being invisible to them, and now they were finally showing me exactly how little I mattered. But the anger that burned inside me wasn't going to just fizzle out. I spent the next few nights planning. I wasn't just going to walk away and leave it at that. No, I had to hit them where it hurt. I had to make sure Jason understood that there were consequences for his actions. I thought about reporting the fraud to the authorities, about taking legal action, but as I sat there, something else hit me. Jason had been getting away with things for too long thanks to my parents always bailing him out. It wasn't just about the money. It was about teaching him a lesson, about showing him that there was a price to pay for being a manipulative, deceitful person. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the best revenge wasn't going to be some petty revenge over a few thousand. No, my revenge would be exposing him for what he truly was. Someone who couldn't even take responsibility for his own mistakes. That's when the idea came to me. If my parents were going to turn a blind eye to everything, then I'd make sure they couldn't avoid the truth. I knew that Jason's reputation wasn't exactly spotless. He had a few skeletons in his closet, everyone did, I suppose, but Jason's were a bit more public. There were rumors about him borrowing money from people and never paying it back, stories about how he tricked people into doing things for him. Nothing that was technically illegal, but enough to paint him as a shady character. And I knew one thing. If I could get all those stories together, it would force my parents to confront the reality of who their precious son really was. I started reaching out to people Jason had wronged in the past, people I'd known from high school or from his old social circle. It didn't take long for me to find a few that were willing to talk. Some of them were still angry with Jason for how he'd manipulated them or used them, and they were more than happy to share their experiences. It felt a little dirty digging up all this stuff, but I was doing it for one reason: to make my parents understand that they couldn't just let him walk all over me and them. Meanwhile, Jason was living life like nothing had changed. He was still posting on social media like nothing was wrong. He had his usual group of friends around him, partying and playing video games, acting like he hadn't just destroyed his relationship with me. I was watching all of this from the sidelines, and with each post, each story he shared, I could feel the anger simmering more. He was living his best life with zero consequences, while I was left to clean up the mess he'd made. But I wasn't going to let him get away with it. I knew that if I could just get my parents to see what kind of person he really was, things would change. If I could just make them see that their son wasn't the innocent little angel they always thought he was, maybe they'd stop enabling him. Then, one evening, everything came to a head. I was sitting at my kitchen table, staring at my phone, when I saw a message from my mom. It was short and to the point. "We need to talk. Can you come over?" My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't heard from them in days, and the fact that my mom was reaching out made me feel a little hopeful, like maybe they were starting to see things from my perspective. But as soon as I got to their house, that hope was shattered. Jason was sitting there on the couch, looking smug as ever. He didn't even look up when I walked in. My mom and dad were sitting across from him, and as soon as I sat down, my mom's face was full of that same cold disappointment. "Avery," my dad started, his tone clipped. "We've talked about this. You need to stop dragging our family through the mud. You're the one causing the problems, not Jason." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was their response. This was what they had to say after everything. I stood up, the anger rising in me again. "You have no idea what you're talking about," I snapped. "You're defending someone who's stolen from me, lied to me, and used me, and now you're blaming me for the problems." Jason just smirked. "You're just mad because I'm doing better than you, Avery. Maybe if you weren't so obsessed with everything being perfect, you'd understand that family has to stick together." That was it. Jason's smug grin was enough to make my blood boil. I could feel my fist clenching, my entire body vibrating with frustration. But I wasn't going to let him get the last word. Not this time. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The anger was almost suffocating, but I had to stay calm. I had to make them see, really see, just how wrong they were. "You think I'm mad because you're doing better than me?" I said, my voice dangerously quiet. "You really believe that?" Jason's grin faltered, but only for a moment. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, but there was still that air of superiority hanging around him. He thought he was untouchable, that he had won. But I wasn't done yet. "No, Jason, I'm mad because you used me," I continued, taking a step closer to him. "You took advantage of me, and you didn't even blink an eye when you did it. You stole from me, my money, my future, and now you're sitting there pretending you're some kind of victim. But you know what?" I paused, glaring at my parents, their faces blank with disbelief. "I'm not the one who's been selfish, Jason. That's you. And if you think I'm going to sit back and let you get away with it just because you're family, then you're sorely mistaken." The room fell silent. My parents looked like they were trying to process what I was saying, but I could see it in their eyes. They still didn't get it. They were still on Jason's side, still choosing him over me. They didn't care that he'd ruined my credit, lied about the charges, or left me to clean up his mess. All they cared about was maintaining the illusion that he was the golden child. "Well, I'm done," I said, my voice cold now. "I'm done being your scapegoat. Done being the one who always has to fix everything while you both coddle him and let him get away with murder." Jason snorted, clearly unbothered. "You're just bitter because Mom and Dad love me more." He leaned back in his chair, completely oblivious to the depth of the hurt he was causing. And that did it. That was the last straw. I leaned in, my face inches from his, and for the first time in years, I let him see just how much I hated him in that moment. "You want to talk about love, Jason?" I whispered, every word dripping with venom. "Let me tell you something. Mom and Dad may love you, but it's not because of who you are. It's because they've enabled every damn thing you've ever done. They've supported you in every lie, every manipulation, and they've turned a blind eye to everything you've done to hurt me. You're not loved because of who you are, Jason. You're loved because they don't want to face the fact that they failed as parents, and that's something you'll never understand. You're so busy playing the victim that you can't even see how much you've taken from me." For a moment, it felt like I had hit him with a gut punch. His eyes widened and he looked like he was about to say something. But then my dad spoke up, his voice sharp and defensive. "Avery, that's enough," he snapped. "You're out of line. This isn't how we talk about family." I shook my head. "No, this is exactly how we need to talk about family. The truth isn't pretty, but it's the truth. And if you can't handle it, then maybe you need to stop pretending everything is fine when it's falling apart." My mom looked at me with that same cold, distant gaze, and I could tell she was on the verge of defending Jason again. But before she could speak, I held up a hand, cutting her off. "You want to know what's been bothering me all these years?" I continued, my voice unwavering. "It's not just the money or the fact that Jason's ruined my life with his lies. It's that you two have always chosen him over me. Always. And I've had enough of it. Maybe I don't fit into your idea of a perfect family, but I'm not going to keep pretending I do. You'll never understand the toll it's taken on me. You'll never get it because you're too busy making excuses for him." I could feel the weight of those words hanging in the air. I wasn't just confronting them about the money. I was confronting everything. Their neglect, their favoritism, their blind loyalty to Jason. And for the first time in my life, I didn't care if they were angry at me. Jason's smug grin had finally faded, replaced by a look of pure irritation. "You think this is about me? This is about you, Avery. You're just bitter because you're a failure. You couldn't get things together like I did, so now you're trying to make everyone else the bad guy so you don't have to face your own shortcomings." I could feel my hands shaking. The words hurt, but I wasn't going to let him get away with them. "I didn't fail, Jason," I said, my voice dangerously quiet. "But you will. You're so busy playing the victim that you'll never realize you've burned every bridge you've ever had. And trust me, I'm done trying to save you." My dad stood up, shaking his head in disbelief. "Avery, stop it. This needs to end right now. You're being dramatic and you need to respect your family. You've gone too far." I laughed bitterly. "Respect? You want respect? Then start respecting me. Start treating me like I matter." For a moment there was silence. I could hear my heartbeat thundering in my ears. Jason wasn't smirking anymore. My parents weren't defending him. It was like the tension in the room was so thick that it could cut through the walls. But then, just as I was about to speak again, Jason sneered. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. You'll come crawling back. You always do." I stood there frozen, every muscle in my body screaming at me to walk away, to leave this behind, but I couldn't. Instead, I looked at Jason one last time, shaking my head in disbelief. "I won't come crawling back, Jason. I'm done. And trust me, you'll regret it." And with that, I turned on my heel and walked out of their house for what I hoped would be the last time. It's been a few months now, and I've had more time to reflect on everything that happened. My life has slowly started to get back to normal, even better in some ways. But as for my family, well, let's just say that karma is a real thing and it doesn't forget. The first thing I did after walking out of their house was get in touch with the credit card companies. I reported the fraud, explained what had happened, and froze all the accounts that Jason had somehow gotten his hands on. They were understanding, and I was able to clear my name. My credit score took a hit, but nothing like what it could have been if I hadn't acted so quickly. I was still angry, but more than that, I felt relieved, like a weight had been lifted off me. What happened next? Well, it was a slow burn for Jason and my parents. First, Jason's little act of playing the victim didn't last long. He had a shiny job, his perfect life, and his constant posts about his success on social media, his typical ego boost. But then, out of nowhere, his job started crumbling. They downsized, and guess who got laid off? That's right, Jason. No more cushy paycheck, no more free ride. What followed was even worse. It wasn't just the job loss. It was the lifestyle crash. Jason's expensive habits caught up with him. He was drowning in debt, and there was no way he could keep up with it. He tried asking my parents for help, but they were tired of bailing him out. They had been helping him for years, and now they were facing their own financial issues, mostly because they kept running up their own credit cards to keep Jason happy. It wasn't just the money either. My parents started fighting more. The constant pressure to support Jason was slowly eating away at them. The bills piled up, arguments turned into shouting matches, and the strain was obvious. They couldn't even keep up the facade of the perfect family anymore. I wasn't going to rub it in, but I couldn't help feeling a little satisfied watching their world implode. Maybe it was petty of me, but after everything I'd been through, I felt like they finally got a taste of the consequences of enabling Jason. As for me, well, I did a lot of growing during those months. I took control of my life, my finances, and most importantly, I stopped feeling like I owed them anything. I finally started getting some good opportunities at work, and I was able to move into a better apartment on my own. Something I had always dreamed of but never thought I could afford. And then, the moment of revenge finally came. It wasn't dramatic or over the top. It wasn't some big public blowout. It was just simple, quiet, and perfectly fitting. I got a call from a family friend who had somehow managed to stay in touch with my parents even though I had completely cut them off. Turns out Jason had tried to reach out to them for help again, but this time he was asking for more than money. He was asking them to co-sign a loan for him. He needed a big lump sum to pay off his mounting debt. My parents, after everything, said no. But here's the kicker. They were so desperate to keep Jason from spiraling that they started blaming me. They said Avery should have stepped in. She should have helped him. As if, after everything they'd done to me, I was supposed to play the role of the savior, the one who rescued Jason from the consequences of his own actions. I found out through the family friend that Jason had actually tried to turn the whole thing into a sob story, telling people that I was heartless for not helping him after everything he had done for me. Of course, that was the narrative he was spinning, and for a while it seemed like he was getting away with it. But then the best part came. A few weeks after their latest request for me to bail Jason out, I got a message from my parents. It was brief, just a simple text asking if I was willing to meet up. They said they wanted to work things out. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't respond. I had no intention of going back, of giving them another chance to disappoint me. But I knew that I had one. Jason was alone, my parents were scrambling. They could no longer protect him from his own actions, and I had finally let go of the toxic relationship that had kept me stuck for years. I'm not proud of enjoying this, but I can't lie. It felt good to see them face the reality of their choices. Maybe it wasn't the kind of revenge I had imagined at first, but it was enough. Jason learned the hard way that no amount of family favoritism could save him from his own downfall. As for me, I finally learned that I don't need them. I found peace in moving on. I'm done trying to please people who will never appreciate me, and I'm done fixing the messes that they've made for me. If they want to keep playing the game of family loyalty, they'll have to do it without me because in the end, family doesn't come first. Not when it costs you everything to be there. Now on to the next story. Story 6. At my mom's birthday, I walked in with a handwritten letter for my kids in a small gift box. My sister rolled her eyes and said, "You always have to be the emotional one." My mom just said, "Set it down and sit over there." I nodded, set it down, and left. 20 minutes later, my brother texted, "Why did her card get declined at dinner?" An hour later, my dad was banging on my door. I opened it and saw. I think the moment I realized they never really cared about me or my kids was the exact second my mom looked at the gift box in my hands and told me to just set it down and sit over there. No smile, no interest in what her grandkids had made her. Just that cold, familiar tone she reserves for me like I'm the family inconvenience who keeps showing up uninvited. The thing is, I didn't go over the top. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I just wanted to do something meaningful. Evan, my 11-year-old, Stayed up the night before writing a letter he kept rewriting because he wanted it to be perfect. He called her the cobbler queen and told her how he missed her stories. Nora, who is 7, spent 2 hours drawing this picture of her and Grandma planting daffodils. They were so proud and I was proud of them. So, yeah, I bought a nice carved wooden box to put it all in. Added a pair of vintage earrings I found from a jewelry dealer in Maine, ones I remember my mom once pointing at in an old Sears catalog, and I included an $800 prepaid Visa card. Not a flex, just something useful because I remembered her complaining last year that she never gets anything she can actually use. I walked into the restaurant carrying the box and immediately saw Melanie's eyes roll. She was in one of her blazers that probably cost more than my mortgage payment, seated at the center like she was the guest of honor. Her kids were already halfway through their plates, loud and messy, and no one seemed to care. "You always have to be the emotional one," she said. Not to me, but loud enough that I was supposed to hear it. Daniel glanced up from his wine glass, gave me a nod like I was the waiter. Mom didn't even reach for the box. Didn't ask what was in it, just looked at me, then at the empty seat at the end of the table. "Set it down and sit over there." I nodded, set it down right in front of her, and then I walked out. Not in a dramatic storm-off kind of way. I just didn't feel like pretending anymore. Not one of them called out after me. Not a single person even got up to see what was in the box. I got in my car and drove until I hit a gas station 20 minutes away. I sat there staring at the windshield watching a couple argue over a scratch ticket in the parking lot. I didn't even feel sad, just disappointed in myself for thinking this time might be different. Then my phone buzzed. "Daniel, why did her card get declined at dinner?" "No." "Hey, you okay?" "No." "Where'd you go?" Just that blunt, accusatory tone, like it was some kind of stunt I pulled to humiliate them. I didn't answer, just stared at the screen. An hour later, loud pounding on the door shook me out of it. I opened it to find my dad standing there with the gift box in his hands like it was garbage he was returning. He looked pissed. "You think this is funny? You gave her a fake card. She tried to pay with it and it got declined right there in front of everyone." I didn't say anything, just reached for the box. I opened it. Evan's letter, Nora's drawing, but the card was gone. "I activated it yesterday. Full balance," I said. That's all I could get out before he turned and walked off. No questions, no space for explanation, just pure accusation and disgust like he couldn't wait to believe the worst about me. And there I was, standing in the doorway holding this half-empty box of love my kids poured their hearts into, knowing full well it never even had a chance. That was the moment. Not the restaurant, not Melanie's snide comment, not even Mom's indifference. It was standing there holding that box, realizing they didn't lose respect for me. They never had it to begin with. The next morning, I sat at the kitchen table while Evan and Nora were still asleep, and I called the number on the back of the Visa card. I gave them the details and waited. The automated voice told me the balance. $800. Then I asked to speak to someone just to be sure. After a few minutes, a guy named Joel confirmed it had been activated. No holds, no flags. I asked him to check if anyone had even attempted to use it. He said, no attempts. Not at dinner, not anywhere. So, I sat there, phone still warm in my hand, staring at the box like it might change the facts. They hadn't even tried the card. Not once. It wasn't declined. It was ignored. The story they told. My mom handing it to the waiter, the embarrassment, the fake sympathy from Melanie. None of it happened. They just needed a reason to turn a moment of effort into something shameful. And they never read the letters. Never mentioned Evan's note or Nora's drawing. I knew that too. I didn't tell my kids what happened. Evan kept asking if Grandma liked the part where he said her cobbler was better than cake. Nora wanted to draw another version of her garden picture, but with a cat this time. I told them we'd talk to Grandma soon, but I already knew we wouldn't. That afternoon, Daniel texted me, "We're going ahead with a cafe launch in October." Dad said, "You're still in for the capital?" The cafe was this long-time idea they'd been tossing around for years. A cozy little spot downtown, supposedly inspired by Mom's dream of owning a bakery, though I doubt she's ever baked anything that didn't come from a box. They wanted me as the main investor. I'd done well the last few years, and they knew it. I was the safe bet, quiet, low maintenance. They'd get the money, the business, and all the credit. But I hadn't wired $1 yet. Hadn't signed a thing. I was supposed to finalize the paperwork next week. Instead, I left Daniel's text unanswered. Later that night, a group message popped up. Melanie, of course. Thanks everyone for a lovely dinner. Special thanks to Dad for picking up the tab after the little hiccup. Smiley face. Daniel laughed at it. My mom dropped a heart emoji. Me? I stared at it for a minute. Then I took the box out again, opened it slowly like it might still carry some magic. Nora had drawn herself holding my mom's hand, both of them with ridiculous smiles and huge eyes. Evan's letter had that last line scratched and rewritten 5 times. He'd made sure it ended with, "I love you, even if I don't see you much." I sat there for a while before sending a message back to Daniel. Change of plans. I'm pulling out of the cafe project. Something came up. The reply came instantly. What do you mean? You said you were all in. I didn't answer. He called. I watched the screen light up and go dark. Then again, then Melanie, then Mom. None of them left a voicemail. The texts that followed swung from confused to passive-aggressive to flat-out angry. Daniel. You're blowing this up for what? A dinner misunderstanding. Melanie. We can't keep accommodating your emotional episodes. Accommodating? That word sat in my stomach like a stone. They were never going to see my kids as part of their family. Not really. Not like Melanie's kids who get sleepovers and birthday parties and photos on the fridge. So, I stopped replying, turned my phone over. They made it clear I wasn't part of their plans. So now I wasn't in theirs either. It started almost immediately. The tone of everything changed like someone had flipped a switch and decided to pretend the last few days never happened. Daniel called first thing in the morning. His voice was calm, upbeat, like we were just catching up over coffee. No mention of the card, no mention of my walking out, just a casual pitch like nothing had gone wrong. Hey man, I was thinking more about the cafe. We really want your input. It should be a full family thing, not just a money thing. You know, your ideas, your vibe, even the kids, they could have a corner or something. Make it a real legacy. The word legacy was supposed to sweeten it. I could hear how hard he was trying to sound warm. Then Melanie texted, totally meant a card thing as a joke. We were just messing around. You know how I get. But seriously, I'd love to use Nora's garden drawing for a mural wall. So cute. Nora's drawing had been crumpled at the bottom of that box when I found it. They hadn't even touched it. And now suddenly it was so cute. Then came my mom. She didn't text. She called. I let it ring 3 times before it went to voicemail. Then she called again. On the 3rd try, she left a message. Alex, honey, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I really don't want things to get blown out of proportion. This cafe is something I've always wanted. Your father and I talked about it last night. And we'd love to have your full support. Not just financially, but in every way. Call me. Not once did she ask about Evan or Nora. Not once did she mention the letters they wrote or the fact that I left her birthday dinner without a word from anyone. That afternoon, I was outside in the yard pulling weeds, needing to do something physical just to keep from boiling over. My phone rang again, an unknown number. This time, I almost didn't pick up, but I did. Alex, it's Linda. Took me a second to place her. My mom's longtime friend. She was at most family gatherings when I was a kid. Always the one sneaking me a second slice of pie when Mom wasn't looking. We hadn't talked in years. I just wanted to tell you something you probably already suspect, she said. They were at brunch yesterday. I was at the table. Your name came up. She hesitated. Melanie said you hadn't sent the money yet, and she said, we just need to keep him sweet until it clears. Then they all started talking about how to make you feel included just long enough. It wasn't subtle, Alex. It was awful. I didn't say much. I didn't have to. She ended the call by saying, I know I'm probably going to get flack for telling you, but I couldn't sit with that and not say something. You're a good father. You and your kids deserve better. After I hung up, I went inside, poured a glass of water, and sat at the table staring at my phone. Then I typed out a message to Daniel. I've decided not to be part of the cafe project. I wish you all the best with it. The read receipt came up within seconds. Then the typing dots. Then they disappeared. 5 minutes later, he called. I didn't answer. Then Melanie. I let it ring. Then my mom again. They were fast. Panic travels quickly when money's involved. By nightfall, I got an email from my dad. 3 sentences. This was your mother's dream. You've let everyone down. I hope you're proud. Not a word about the lies. The fake story about the card. The way they humiliated me in front of my kids' gifts. Just a guilt trip wrapped in entitlement. I didn't reply. They made it clear where we stood. I just finally believed them. I thought cutting myself out of the cafe plans would be the end of it. They'd be mad. Sure, maybe throw a few guilt trips around and then move on. But I gave them too much credit. I forgot what happens when you stop playing the role they assigned to you. When you stop being useful. The texts kept coming. Daniel. This isn't just about you. Don't make it ugly. Melanie. You think this is helping your kids? Is this who you want to be to them? Then one from my dad. Short and blunt. Fix this by Sunday. Family meeting. Be there. No one asked if I was okay. No one asked what the kids thought or how they were handling all this. To them, this wasn't about what they'd done. It was about control slipping out of their hands. I ignored the messages. But what I didn't expect, what caught me completely off guard, was how quickly they went from cold silence to full-on retaliation. It started small. A weird alert from my bank saying my business account was temporarily frozen. A clerical hold flagged due to a conflict in ownership claims. I called my lawyer immediately. She dug into it and found that someone had submitted documents questioning the legitimacy of my LLC. An LLC that Daniel had briefly been connected to years ago when I helped him with a failed property flip. He never removed his name from the secondary paperwork. I'd forgotten all about it, but clearly he hadn't. My lawyer was calm but direct. This wasn't random. Someone did this intentionally and they knew exactly what to send in to create a delay. It delayed 2 client payments. I had to make calls, apologize, move things around. It was a hit. Not a big one, but it was personal. That night, I got a call from Linda again. I wasn't going to get involved anymore, she said. But you should know Melanie's been bragging. She told someone at brunch that if he weren't going to play nice, they'd make it harder for him to breathe financially until he comes crawling back. Her words. They laughed. I didn't feel angry. I didn't feel hurt. I felt calm, like a line had finally been crossed. And I didn't even need to think about what came next. Sunday came. Their so-called family meeting. I didn't show up. Instead, I sent one message. This time directly to my parents. I'm not coming. I know what's been said. I know what's been done. I won't play along anymore. You can have your business, your brunches, your plans. But from now on, you do it without me and without my kids. We're out. The message was delivered. Not read. Hours passed. Then my mom called. I let it ring the first time. Then the second. On the third, I picked up. She didn't say hello. She didn't ask how I was. She said, if you're choosing this path, you and your children are no longer a part of this family. You walked away. We didn't push you. I said, okay. Then she added something else. Something so sharp it didn't even register until I hung up. We'll be revising things legally. From this moment forward, we recognize only Melanie's children. They are our grandchildren. The rest is finished. I didn't reply. I walked into the living room where Evan and Nora were playing a board game on the floor. I sat down with them trying to smile, but they noticed something was off. Evan asked if we were going to Grandma's again soon. Nora said she wanted to show Grandma her new picture of a dog wearing sunglasses. I didn't know what to say. I just pulled them close. Nora started crying first. Evan followed after, trying to hold it in. I didn't have answers, just arms to wrap around them and a promise I silently made to myself right there on the floor. That door is closed for good. After that call, I didn't expect to hear from any of them again. Not soon, not ever. I figured they'd hold to what my mom said, that we were done, cut out. But when you're dealing with people who only see value in others when they need something, they never really let you go. Not completely. 3 days passed without a word. Then suddenly an email arrived from my dad. Subject line: regarding the estate. I almost laughed. Inside it was a polite, sterile message about updating wills and formalizing family boundaries. It said that moving forward, Melanie and her children would be the primary beneficiaries. There would be no future provisions for unengaged descendants. I sat back and stared at it, that word unengaged. Like we were a charity they decided to stop sponsoring. I didn't reply. There was nothing to say. I thought that would be it. But the real moment, the one that sealed everything, came a week later at a local community event, a charity dinner at Nora's school. I didn't know they'd be there. I hadn't even considered it. I was standing with Evan, helping him with one of the raffle tickets, when I heard Melanie's voice behind me. There he is. Didn't know they let outsiders in tonight. I turned. She was with Mom and Dad, all dressed up like they were royalty. Her kids were running wild nearby, grabbing cupcakes off the table without asking. My mom didn't even look at me. My dad nodded like we were strangers. Then he turned to someone next to him, another parent I barely knew, and said, "These are our grandkids," motioning to Melanie's boys. "They're the ones that matter to us." He said it casually like it was just a thing people say. Evan froze. He heard it. I could tell from the way his shoulders tensed. Nora had her arms around my leg and was staring up at my mom, waiting, hoping, but no one acknowledged her. Nothing. I didn't make a scene. I didn't walk over or say anything back. I just crouched down, told them we were leaving, and walked them out to the car. Halfway home, Nora whispered, "Did we do something wrong?" I shook my head, said, "No, that none of this was about them." But when we got home, Evan went straight to his room. Didn't say a word for the rest of the night. That was when I knew I couldn't keep hoping they'd change. Not for me. Not for my kids. Not even by accident. The next morning I sent an email. Short, no emotion, no second chances. To be clear, I will not be contributing to the cafe. I will not be revisiting any part of the family business, and I no longer wish to be included in future family matters of any kind. Consider this permanent. I didn't wait for replies. I didn't expect any, and I finally felt free. Not happy, not relieved, but free. And that was enough. Weeks passed. I stayed quiet. They did too for a while. I focused on Evan and Nora, who slowly began to stop asking about Grandma and Grandpa. Their drawings changed. The people in them got fewer. Sometimes it was just the three of us now. Sometimes just them and a big sun in the sky. Nothing else. Then one afternoon, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Handwritten. I opened it expecting more bitterness or some half-hearted legal threat. Inside was a photo, a printed photo. It was a staged shot of Melanie, her kids, and my parents sitting in front of what looked like a storefront with a "coming soon." The Garden Cafe sign in the window. My mom's handwriting was scrolled on the back. "Sometimes you have to build your dream without the ones who walk away." They didn't have the money. I knew that. I had seen the numbers, the quotes, the rent costs. It wasn't possible unless they found someone else. I made a few quiet calls. Nothing formal, just conversations with a few local vendors and contractors I used to work with. One of them, a general contractor named Greg, called me back. "Yeah, they're scrambling," he said. "Melanie told me someone from out of town is backing the whole thing. Silent partner, but here's the kicker. They want it open in 6 weeks. It's not even zoned right. No permits filed. It's all talk right now. Something wasn't adding up. If they had real money behind them, they wouldn't be pushing so fast, cutting corners. They were trying to make it look like something was happening, probably for appearances. Maybe to pull someone in or maybe to lure me back in. I kept it to myself, watched from a distance as they put up more signs, posters on social media, a countdown. Then Linda called again. "You're not going to believe this," she said. "Melanie's been telling people you're still involved, that you're just taking a break from the family, but planning to return in time for the grand opening." I didn't say a word. "Alex, I think they're counting on the idea that you'll cave. They're using your name in quiet conversations with investors, telling people your support is still coming. That's how they got this far." It all made sense now. They never accepted that I was gone. Not really. They just pretended to buy time to spin a version of the story that kept them relevant. And now they were lying in my name to keep the whole thing afloat. I hung up the phone, walked outside, and stood in the driveway for a long time. Then I made a decision. The next morning I contacted a lawyer, a good one. Not for anything dramatic, but to formally remove my name from any lingering legal or business affiliations tied to the family. Every document, every LLC, every database. My lawyer moved quickly. Within 2 days, I had paperwork proving I was legally severed from every shared asset or interest with them. I didn't say a word to the family. Instead, I sent a single email to the local paper, an interview request about entrepreneurship and walking away from toxic partnerships. I didn't name names. I didn't even mention the cafe. But the message was clear to anyone who knew. A week later, the article ran. My face, my story, my voice. Quiet, clean, factual. I never heard from them again. But I didn't need to because I knew the one thing they feared more than losing me was losing the illusion that they still had me. 3 months later, I got a message from Linda again. Simple and short. It's over. I didn't ask what she meant. I already had an idea. Still, I drove past the cafe out of curiosity. The windows were papered over, the sign gone. The coming soon banner was curled at the edges, half torn, flapping in the breeze. No construction, no permits posted, no activity. It had never opened, not even close. Later that day, I heard through a former vendor that their silent investor had backed out. Apparently, after the article came out, the one where I didn't name names but made it clear I was distancing myself from something, the investor asked questions, real ones, and the answers didn't hold up. There were whispers of unpaid deposits, a lawsuit from a contractor, and something about financial misrepresentation. I didn't follow it too closely. I didn't need to. Then, out of nowhere, I got an email from my dad. One line, "You win." That was it. I stared at it for a long time. There was no satisfaction in it. No revenge fantasy coming true. Just proof that I was never the problem. I replied with one word, "Goodbye." I deleted the thread after sending it. A week later, I took Evan and Nora to a small town on the coast for the weekend. We stayed in a rental with a fire pit and ate way too much seafood. One night, Evan sat next to me, poking at a marshmallow over the flames. "Are we ever going to see them again?" he asked. I looked at the fire, then at him. "No," I said. "And that's okay." He nodded. "Okay." Nora leaned against me and fell asleep like that, and I realized that sometimes the best endings are quiet. No fireworks, no screaming, just a door closed for good, and the peace that finally comes when you stop hoping it'll open again. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My sister invited me to her graduation dinner, then whispered, "We didn't count you in, so you're on the corner stool." My mom just smiled and said, "We thought you'd be fine with scraps." I nodded, walked to the host, and quietly said, "Please transfer the group bill to their table. I won't be needing a check." 30 minutes later, my dad shouted, "Why is this $1,300? They had 12 seats and I wasn't in one of them." I walked into the restaurant holding a gift bag I picked up on the way, a bottle of champagne Riley liked and a note I spent half my lunch break writing. "She's my sister, my only sibling." I thought showing up mattered. The place was packed. One of those high-end spots where everything is dimly lit and stupid expensive. They had a long table near the center decked out like a wedding reception. Name cards, menus, flowers. Every seat was full. My mom, dad, Riley's college friends, 2 of her professors, apparently even her roommate's boyfriend. I stood there for maybe 5 seconds and no one said anything. Riley caught my eye. She gave a small smile and then tilted her head toward a bar stool about 15 feet away. It was at the end of the bar, shoved awkwardly against the side counter, not even in view of the table. "We didn't count you in, so you're on the corner stool," she said under her breath when I got closer. I stared at her for a second, waiting for her to say she was kidding. She didn't. My mom looked over and added, almost cheerfully, "We thought you'd be fine with scraps." And that was it. The whole greeting. No congratulations for Riley. No thanks for showing up. Not even a space at the table. I walked over and sat on the stool. No one even watched me go. I wasn't angry. Not yet. I was embarrassed. Yeah, but I'd learned a long time ago how to wear that like a coat. What I felt most in that moment was clarity. Like everything that used to be foggy just snapped into place. A server came by, polite, professional, asked if I wanted to be included on the group tab. I said no. Then I told her to do the opposite. Put their whole bill on that table. Everything they'd already ordered. Everything they were about to. I handed her my card, told her to start the tab, but void the payment later. Quiet, clean. I didn't order anything, just sat, listened, watched. They toasted to Riley's future. Someone made a speech. My dad told a joke that made half the table fake laugh. My name never came up. 45 minutes in, the bill dropped. I heard it before I saw it. My dad's voice loud enough to snap a few heads in the restaurant. What the hell? Why is this $1,300? The server said something I couldn't hear. Chairs shifted. Riley leaned in to look. My mom was already pulling receipts from her bag like that was going to help. No one looked at me. I finished my water, left the gift bag on the bar, and walked out. What none of them understood was that they hadn't just embarrassed me. They'd made a choice, and they were about to see what mine looked like. I didn't hear from them after the dinner. Not that night. Not the next day. Nothing. No one asked why I left early. No one acknowledged what they did. No message from Riley. No sarcastic guilt trip from my mom. Not even a phone call from my dad pretending to care, but actually just fishing for control. Silence. So I gave them some noise. I took a picture of the gift bag I'd left behind at the bar. Still wrapped, still untouched. Posted it with no filter, no tag, just the caption. Guess I wasn't invited after all. It wasn't dramatic, but it didn't need to be. By noon, it was getting shared. A few of Riley's classmates followed me. We'd crossed paths at a few college events I actually helped her plan. Her old roommate liked it, then unliked it, then unfollowed me. One of her professors even commented, "That's heartbreaking," before deleting it later. 2 days later, I packed my things and left the apartment. What most people didn't know was that I was living in one of my dad's rental units. A converted space above a garage he let me use under the unspoken agreement that I stay useful, fix the occasional leak, mow the lawn when the tenant downstairs complained, and make sure the security cameras stayed online. Rent-free but not cost-free. I left the keys in the drawer by the fridge, locked the door behind me, and cut the utilities the next morning. No warning, no note. At 10:42 a.m., my dad texted, "Where's your rent check? The electric account's under your name and it says shut off." I answered once, "Moved out. The unit's clean. Keys are in the drawer." Then I blocked his number. That's when it started unraveling. Not for me, for them. Riley's graduation photos hit social media that weekend. Fancy dress, cap in hand, my parents smiling beside her like everything was perfect. The kind of curated image that gets passed around to friends and old classmates. But something was missing, and everyone noticed. Comments rolled in. "Where's your brother? Did Lester take the photo?" No family pic with everyone. My aunt, my mom's sister, the one they never invited to anything, tagged me in one of the group shots and commented, "Wish I'd seen your face there." Riley deleted the whole post 3 hours later. Reposted a cropped version with a quote from some obscure novel about independence. A subtle dig, maybe. Or maybe she was just trying to make it look like I didn't matter. But the truth was they were scrambling. I stopped answering my mom's calls. She left a voicemail talking about a misunderstanding and how they didn't think I'd take it so personally. She said they were going to have a family dinner soon and I was, of course, welcome if I could be civil. I didn't reply. Without me, little things started falling apart. My mom had to start managing her own online accounts. My dad had to hire someone to do his taxes for the first time in years. Someone who charged more than I ever would have. Riley had to explain to people why I wasn't at the one milestone event I should have been in. But I wasn't out for pity. I was just getting started. They were used to me being useful. That was my role. Unofficial but constant. If something broke, I fixed it. If someone forgot a password, I reset it. If Riley needed last-minute edits on a paper at 2 a.m., I was the one pulling citations and proofreading paragraphs. Quiet, reliable, and always a step to the side. But not anymore. A week passed after the dinner, and the silence was cracking. I got a text from Riley on a Wednesday afternoon. "Can we talk?" No context, no apology, just the same assumption that I was always on standby. I left it on read. That night, Mom left a voicemail. She talked in circles about how these little things shouldn't come between family and how I was missed at the table. Then halfway through, the real reason slipped out. Their accountant had quit, something about a late payment, and my dad couldn't figure out how to refile his business expenses. She asked if I could just take a look. I blocked the number. They didn't panic at first, not openly, but I started hearing things. My cousin Erin messaged me on Instagram. Said, "My mom called her trying to get my new address." My dad sent an email with the subject line, "Just one question." 3 times, word for word. Riley posted a blurry photo of us from 5 years ago with the caption, "Always family." Nobody bought it. That weekend, I logged into every system I had ever set up for them. Every password I'd created, every account I managed. I didn't touch the data. I didn't delete a thing. I just changed all the login credentials and removed access. They weren't locked out of memories. They were locked out of control. The storm hit fast. First, I got a furious email from my dad demanding access to the financial software he never learned how to use. Then one from Riley's university email asking if I could forward her thesis draft because she couldn't find it in the cloud anymore. I hadn't deleted it. She just never backed it up, assuming I always would. Then came the desperate reach. My dad called my office pretending to be a potential client. It was pathetic. He barely masked his voice, asked for me by my full name, then hung up when our front desk asked for details. I got a call from HR an hour later. They were concerned. I filed an official report. The next morning, he got a formal notice barring him from contacting me at work again. That's when the tone changed. They went quiet. No more fake concern. No more forced reconciliation. Just silence until Riley cracked. One night around 11 p.m., she texted me again, "Please don't post anything." I hadn't threatened to. I hadn't said a word beyond the one photo I posted, but they knew what I had. The years of messages, the cropped family pictures where I was edited out, the group chats where I was excluded, the emails between my parents complaining about having to deal with me during the holidays. I kept everything, not out of spite, out of habit. I never once said I'd use it, but they were scared that I might. And that was the first time I realized something important. I didn't need revenge. I was already free, but that didn't mean I was done. Freedom didn't come with fireworks. Came with silence. The kind of silence that fills the air when your phone doesn't buzz, your email doesn't ping, and no one's asking you for favors. Massless conversations. The first few days felt unreal, like I was playing hooky from a job I'd never been hired for, but always worked. And then it got easy. I started erasing myself from their world one thread at a time. I removed my email from all the family accounts I used to manage. Streaming services, tax platforms, insurance login, gone. My mom's digital photo archive that I'd been paying for and maintaining shut down. My dad's QuickBooks account locked. Riley's shared cloud folder for her post-grad portfolio. Empty now except for a file that said, "Back it up next time." They were so used to the machine running, they never realized who kept it moving. I didn't hear from them for days. Then came the flood. My mom texted from a new number asking if we could talk calmly. I blocked it. My dad sent 3 emails in a row, each more frantic than the last. First was about missing files, then about website issues, and the last one just said, "Don't be like this, Lester. You're better than this." That line stuck with me. I was better than this. Better than protecting myself. Better than refusing to be their unpaid, unappreciated technician/assistant/punching bag. Riley finally reached out again. No apology, just a string of messages asking why I deleted the shared folder with her resume templates, saying she needed them urgently and that this was so petty. I left it unread. But while they scrambled, I built. I bought a new laptop, started fresh, registered my own LLC under my name, the one they'd always downplayed as just tech stuff. I'd done half the financial back end for my dad's real estate projects and kept his systems running for years. Now, I was offering those same services legally, professionally, and clients started coming in. Some through referrals, others from a blog post I wrote about walking away from toxic family roles without naming names. People read between the lines. 2 of my first clients were acquaintances of Riley's. One of them even mentioned knowing my sister and said, "She's brilliant, but I didn't know she had a brother." I smiled and said, "A lot of people didn't." That same week, I received a formal invitation. Subject line, Olive Branch. Message, family dinner this Sunday. No drama, just love. Let's talk and reset. Everyone wants peace, especially now. I almost ignored it, but something told me to go. Not for them. For me. The house looked the same. The driveway still had the same crack that I patched 3 times in high school. Inside, it was just as I remembered, over-decorated and tense. Everyone was there. My dad poured wine. My mom lit candles she saves for company. And Riley greeted me like nothing had ever happened. The small talk started immediately. Vacations, weather, someone's new car. My dad launched into a story about one of his properties as if the last few weeks hadn't happened. My mom chimed in with recipes and made a joke about finally having the whole gang together. Riley brought up childhood memories like they were some sort of safety net. Then my dad said it. "We're still family, Lester. We don't want to fight anymore." That was his version of an apology, an invitation to let it all slide so he wouldn't have to acknowledge any of it. I put down my fork, looked around the table. "You don't want to fight," I said. "But you also don't want to admit what you did." They got quiet. That kind of quiet where no one wants to be the one who blinks first. "You didn't forget to count me at dinner. You excluded me deliberately. And you didn't think I'd push back because I never have before. That wasn't a mistake. That was a decision. So was mine." My mom opened her mouth but didn't say anything. My dad looked down at his plate. Riley stared at me like she wasn't sure if I was serious or just venting. "I'm not here to fight," I said. "I'm just not interested in pretending this family is something it's not. If you want peace, stop rewriting the story." Then I stood up. No one tried to stop me this time. And the truth is, I don't know if I'll go back again. But I walked out of that house knowing they finally saw it, me, not the version they shaped for convenience, the real me. And that's where the power came from. The week after that dinner was the quietest my phone had ever been. No check-ins, no fake "just thinking of you" texts. No weird forwarded articles from my mom pretending to be casual. It was like the entire family had gone offline at the same time. But I knew better. They weren't at peace. They were regrouping. 2 days after the dinner, Riley removed me from the only group chat I was still part of. The one for family holidays. I wasn't surprised, but what caught my eye was that she renamed it from Family Weekend Plans to Us. Subtle but pointed fine. They wanted distance. They could have it. I stopped calling my grandmother, not out of anger, but because she'd always played the middle, trying to smooth things over while feeding their version of events. Last time we spoke, she said I was being too intense, and that sometimes a corner seat is just a seat. Couldn't even get mad. That kind of thinking was passed down like furniture in our family. So I cut her off too. That's when the real fallout began. One of my dad's properties, an office rental in East Austin, ran into trouble. His tenants had reported electrical issues. The city sent a warning notice and somehow he missed the inspection deadline. Before, that never would have happened. I was the one who used to flag his emails, call the inspectors, smooth it all over. This time, he got fined badly. The kind of fine that hurts more because it's public. He tried emailing me again. "Hope you're well. Quick question about a property file. Can you just resend the permit logs? Should be easy. Thanks." I didn't reply. A week later, Riley posted a cryptic story on Instagram. A black screen with white text. "Some people never grow up." People started asking her what happened. She didn't answer, but mutual friends started reaching out to me. Not to gossip, just to say they'd seen what was happening. One guy I barely knew messaged, "They always treated you weird. Never made sense. Good on you." It was strange. The more they tried to erase me, the more visible I became. Then I heard from my old neighbor, Miss Thomas, 75 years old, barely used his email, but called me on my work line just to tell me something she'd overheard. "I saw your father the other day," she said. "He looked tired, real tired. Told someone at the market you were being difficult. Said the family was falling apart." I thanked her, hung up, and sat there for a while thinking about that phrase. The family was falling apart. No, the illusion was, they were starting to feel the cost of what they'd always assumed was free. My silence, my effort, my loyalty. They'd used all of it like it was endless. And now that it wasn't, everything was breaking down. But I wasn't done. There was one more thing I needed to do before this ended. One last move. The kind that didn't just make them notice, but made them remember. It started with a box. I sent it to my parents' house without a note, no return address. Just a brown cardboard box taped neatly, hand-labeled in thick black marker, "Family Records." Inside were copies of everything. Photos they thought were long gone, printouts of emails, the kind they'd forgotten they ever sent. Things like, "Don't tell Lester, he'll make it about himself," and "Just keep it between us. He's too sensitive." Screenshots of group chats I wasn't in. My dad's tax records where my name was listed as consulting help, unpaid. A flash drive with backup folders Riley used to keep on my hard drive labeled in folders like, "Do not show Lester." I gave them everything they forgot I had. And at the bottom, taped to a manila folder, was a single note on plain paper. "Don't worry, I didn't send the originals." I never heard what happened when they opened it, but the reaction came fast. Riley emailed me the next day. Subject line, "You win." Message, "What do you want from us?" I didn't answer. I let it sit. That night, someone knocked on my door. I don't get visitors. I live in a coded building. No one gets in unless they know what they're doing. But there she was, Riley, standing outside the lobby window like she'd been rehearsing her face for hours. I buzzed her in. Let her stand in front of me holding nothing but her phone and a knot in her throat. "I'm not here to fight," she said. I didn't invite her in. We just stood in the hall. She told me things I didn't expect. That my dad hadn't spoken to her since the box arrived. That my mom was panicking about what else I might have. That they'd fought about it badly. She said they were afraid I'd go public. I told her I never planned to. She looked at me, unsure whether to believe that or not. Then she said something that did catch me off guard. "I was jealous of you growing up." I laughed out loud, not because it was funny, but because of how off base it was. She explained. Said I always seemed sure of myself, even when I was quiet. That I could be alone and not unravel. That I didn't need to perform for people to like me. She said she spent most of her life trying to stay at the center because she was terrified of being forgotten. Then she looked up and said, "You weren't the weak one. We were." That wasn't an apology, not really, but it was the closest I'd ever get. Before she left, she asked me one thing. "Can we not destroy each other?" I didn't answer right away. I thought about it, about how easy it would be to take the whole thing public. Drop every receipt I had into a neat little folder and post it where everyone they tried to impress could see. I could do it, but I didn't need to. I'd already won the only thing I actually wanted. So I nodded. She left quiet. Different. I don't know what happens next. I don't think there's going to be a neat family reunion or holiday miracle, but I do know one thing. They'll never forget the time they made me invisible and how I reminded them exactly who I was. 3 months later, and it's like the storm never happened. From the outside. Anyway, no more emails asking for favors. No surprise voicemails full of guilt and half apologies. No texts from Riley pretending everything is normal. It's like we all silently agreed to put the fire out by pretending it never started. But I know better. So do they? Riley left for Chicago in mid-April. I didn't find out from her. A friend of hers, one I didn't even realize still followed me, mentioned it casually in a DM. She's got a new apartment out there. Fresh start, I guess. No fanfare, no tagged photos, just gone. I checked once. Her new social media has no trace of her family. No pictures of our parents. Nothing from the graduation dinner. Just work updates, city skylines, and a quote she probably doesn't understand fully. Some silences are answers. My dad's business? Bleeding slowly. The city fined him again last month. He sold one of the duplexes I used to manage. Quietly, with no listing, no agent. Probably a private deal to plug a hole in a ship that's been sinking since I walked off it. He's still out there trying to act like the same man in control. But now fewer people believe it. As for my mom, she's doubling down on curated nostalgia. Her Facebook is all family recipes, grateful heart posts, and filtered throwbacks from 20 years ago. Not a single photo from this year. Not one that includes me. It's like she pressed delete on the part of the story where I stopped playing along. But I know they're watching. Last week, I got a new client, random referral, someone in real estate. We had a short call, professional, to the point. At the end, she hesitated and asked, "You're not related to Frank S., are you?" I smiled and just said, "Used to be." She laughed, but I didn't. The truth is, I've moved on. I'm not angry anymore, not bitter. I'm just done carrying the version of myself they needed me to be. I live in a new apartment now. Smaller but mine. The name on the lease is mine. The business is mine. I pay for everything on my own and I answer to no one. I go days without thinking about them. Weeks even. Sometimes, though, I'll scroll through the folder on my hard drive. The one labeled receipts. I don't need to look. I just like knowing it's there. It's not about leverage. It's about memory. Proof that I didn't imagine any of it. I haven't sent another box. Haven't made any noise, but I haven't deleted anything either. And that's where I'll leave it for now. If anything changes, you'll hear about it. Came through at 1:14 a.m. I wasn't even awake. I saw it the next morning while scrolling through my phone before getting out of bed. A notification from LinkedIn of all places. I almost ignored it, assuming it was a recruiter or some bot. But then I saw the name, Frank S. No message, no explanation, just a connection request sitting under his profile picture. The same one he's used for years. The same smirk, the same blazer, as if none of this ever happened. As if we were just two professionals who crossed paths in a shared industry, not father and son with scorched earth between them. I stared at it longer than I meant to, not because I didn't know what to do. I did. I just wanted to see if it made me feel anything. Didn't. There was no apology, no sign of reflection, just another quiet attempt to get back in without having to walk through the front door. Maybe he thought if it was casual enough, I'd accept without thinking. Maybe he forgot who I am now. I didn't block him. I didn't respond either. I just let it sit there, floating in digital limbo. The kind of silence that hums louder than a scream. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.